Call to order the regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly for January 29th, 2013. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll call?
Mr. Trainey.
Here, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn. Mr. Birch. Ms. Braska. Present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Fresca, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Ms. Preston. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Spent several days last week in Juneau visiting with our legislators, particularly the finance chairs, the Senate President, the House Speaker, and others, and introduced our legislative package in its final form after Assembly approval to most of them, and had the opportunity to really go over the priorities in the package and had some very, very good discussions. Ms. Harrington, our Government Affairs Director, went as well. And we also had the opportunity, I did, to testify before the House Special Committee on Energy and the Senate Resources Committee on the Cook Inlet Energy Challenge. And I'll be also on teleconference with them tomorrow morning again at 8 o'clock to continue the discussion. And obviously it's become top of mind for legislators, and it's a good thing because we may need more incentives or more legislation to help stimulate additional production. So it was good to engage, and it was great meetings down there, and everybody says hi. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair report tonight. Heads up to those of you that are in the audience. We will be reordering our meeting this evening in order to move 13A and B, Title 21, to be the last item on our agenda. That's due to the fact that we have bond issues that we have to deal with this evening, and want to make sure that nothing interferes with that. We will also be postponing items 14P and Q to February the 12th once again in order to be able to give us to have time to do public testimony on Title 21 this evening. We do have the sign-up sheet over here to my left, so anyone that's here to testify on that, please make sure that you sign up. And with that, I'll move into committee reports, beginning with Mr. Birch. Thank you. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Osiander.
The chair has called a work session on Title 21 amendments to occur on February 22nd from 12 to 2. Prior to that, on the 19th, the Title 21 committee will be reviewing amendments from 9 to 11 on the 19th over at the Planning Department conference room. I do want to share that we've already been receiving potential amendments and questions, been spending a fair amount of time going through that. Ms. Johnston and I have met a couple times with staff now just to clarify and try to understand the intent of some of those, but it's basically my hope that we will have a whole list of amendments for the committee to review, and then those can be discussed and additional amendments considered and discussed at the work session. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Trombley.
No report.
Mr. Starr.
I have no report.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, Ms. Mahoney and myself were down in Juneau on Friday on behalf of the Municipal League and the municipality to discuss PERS and TERS termination studies with the Administration and Department of Revenue. And hopefully we'll have some good news on that as we go forward. Also, I think we'll be having a work session soon for the port as far as the PND would like to have a response to the Corps' study. So I'm not sure if that date has been set yet, but it looks like we'll be having that maybe within February. I think that's all my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, the Audit Committee met and we reviewed and discussed the Internal Auditor's annual audit plan, which is required by code. And after minor revisions, the committee endorsed the plan, and the plan is now going to be before the Assembly this evening as an addendum or laid on the table item for approval. The committee also discussed Internal Audit Report 2012-10, real property exemptions, and we had a really, really excellent discussion with the municipal assessor and internal auditor and the committee. And one of the determinations that was made was that we probably need to change the code to expand on the definition of review, because this was one of the issues with management's response to internal auditors' recommendation. And the auditors also plan to follow up the audit by reviewing signature logs and internal controls. And the internal auditor also offered to assist property appraisal when they're developing procedures for scanning source documents. The final audit will be provided to the Assembly for acceptance at the February 12th meeting, I believe. And I also wanted to talk briefly about the prescription drug program that Mr. Trainey, Ms. Drummond, and I brought forward from National League of Cities. This community has been a member since September 2011. And so far, the community saved $24,000, nearly $24,000 in prescription costs. Can you imagine how much will be saved if we just market it a little bit better? There are 712 folks in our community who utilize the program, and the average savings is about 20.6%. And last week, I had the honor of attending the presidential inauguration events back in D.C., and I don't know how many of you heard the speech, but there was one comment that our president made during his speech, and I just can't help myself. I have to read this quote. He said, "For our journey is not complete until our wives, our mothers, and our daughters can earn a living equal to their efforts. Our journey is not complete until our gay brothers and sisters are treated like anyone else under the law. For if we are truly created equal, then surely the love we commit to one another must be equal as well." I've lived in this community for nearly 31 years, and I'm truly hopeful that one day our community will embrace the President's words and soon recognize that we are all created equal, each and every one of us. And equality, folks, it's not a gift, it's a birthright. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson, for pretty profound words to follow upon. No actual report, just a reminder, the Public Safety Committee meeting is noon, Wednesday, February 13th, here at the LUSAC Library, likely in the conference room, but if there's a large enough attendance, it'll likely be here in the Assembly chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainey.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman, just that you can get the discount stickers at the clerk's office, the prescriptions. I think they're still available there, and they're in both English and Spanish. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Frasca.
No report.
Thank you. That concludes our reports. We are down to our addendum to the agenda and laid on the table. I would take a motion to incorporate.
Move to incorporate.
Any objection? If not, we'll show unanimous support to incorporate. I will read the addendum into the record. We have 9D22, AM number 83, proprietary purchase with CA Inc. for continuing software license agreement for the Municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department in the amount of $226,022.70. 9DF, AO number 30 or number 25. An ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 10.50, alcoholic beverages, to add conditions for the orderly and safe dispersal of patrons during the closing hour from premises licensed for service and consumption of alcoholic beverages located within the municipality of Anchorage. And that is for public hearing on the 26th of February. 14B under new public hearings, 14B2 AO 2S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,500,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of constructing, renovating, and equipping park and trail improvements and recreational facilities, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area without cost to Chukiak, Eagle River, Girdwood, and other taxpayers outside the service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2013, and that is accompanied by AM 17. Laid on the table items is 9D23, AM 84, and that is an Internal Audit Department 2013 audit plan. And we have 9F17, AO number 26, an ordinance waiving a portion of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 11.60, Municipal Airports, to allow the admission of a large aircraft, a Boeing 727, to Merrill Field. That is everything that we have for laid on the table. Motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
Items to be pulled. Starting with Mr. Birch.
No items.
Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 9, Alpha 1 for presentation.
Ms. Osiander. Any other, Ms. Osiander? Mr. Trombley.
No items.
Mr. Starr.
I have no items.
Ms. Johnston.
No items, thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman.
On the addendum to the agenda, 9 Delta 22 for a quick question.
Mr. Trainee.
On the regular agenda, 9D7. And on the addendum to the agenda, 9F16. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Frasca.
No items.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the agenda lest the items pulled? Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
The consent agenda is approved lest those items pulled. And we will begin with item A1, which is AR 19.
Move to approve.
Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, that is approved unanimously. Mr. Flynn, your reading.
It is my pleasure, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Law, is she here to come down and receive her? There she is. Very good. Ms. Law, if you please come down. Mr. Honeman presenting to you. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Sharon Law for her 39 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Sharon Law began her career with the municipality of Anchorage in August 1973 in the capacity of file clerk, checking out library books and filing checkout cards at Lusac Library, then located at 421 F Street. right around the corner from where I went to the Lusac Library at 6th Avenue as a child. And whereas upon serving, it was in here in the fine print. Whereas upon serving the public faithfully and diligently for 39 years, she retired from her position as the Library Assistant 2 on December 31st, 2012. And whereas Sharon's public career has spanned the administrations of 8 mayors, 10 library directors, 2 bibliographic utilities, and 3 local automated library systems. And whereas she has steadfastly processed hundreds of thousands of library items for use by library patrons. And whereas Sharon's job has changed from typing book pockets and circulation cards and filing catalog cards to identifying appropriate machine-readable cataloging. And whereas she is a shining example of dedication and commitment to coworkers and fellow citizens of Anchorage, now therefore be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Sharon Law for her 39 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage and its citizens, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of January, 2013.
And this is for you. Okay. I probably have some comments and questions. Give a standing ovation.
You have anything to say?
Well, I received a pin on my retirement, and the words on it is, reading may well be the truth to magic. And I believe we need the libraries for that. So I'm hoping that I am a patron at the moment, so I hope within the next 20 years I will still have a library.
Thank you. Mayor Sullivan.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to say congratulations, Sharon, for almost 4 decades. One more year, you'd had 40. That would have been
I'm
really
8 months short.
8 months short. And, well, good luck on your endeavors going forward, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Just a moment. I've got Mr. Honeman as well.
Sharon, just again, I said briefly, thank you for all your service to the citizens of this community. It's, you may not have been seen or viewed as often as some other folks in the community in the municipal service, but your work is certainly very important to the community. And thank you for nearly 4 decades of service. That's a lot of institutional knowledge going out the door. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have before us item 9D7, AM number 48, the crossbar number 1078, transfer of ownership, location of a beverage dispensary liquor license.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a question for Dennis. On this particular one, it's 9D7. This came through, and then we have a letter in here on the 4th of January. They wanted to rescind the license application. I want to make sure this isn't done without coming back to someplace where this license is going to go. I understand we had a problem with Club Soraya when it was administratively dealt with without coming back to somebody for a public hearing. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen with this license. So what do we need to do, Dennis, to make sure we get this thing back in front of us?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trainee, if it would be all right, can we hold this item over for a few minutes and I'll get back to you?
Would you find, sir? With me?
Yes.
I think we've got the applicant here.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will hold this item over. I'm going to move to 9D11 while Mr. Wheeler is taking a look at that. And this is AM number 51, change order number 2 to purchase order number 20141. Yes.
Debbie had to step out of the room, but is there a way we can go to the next one until she comes?
Here she is.
Never mind.
She's back.
She's never gone long.
Yes, we have before us item 9D11. Let me finish reading this into the record. AM 51, change order number 2 to purchase order number 20104-127.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
had some additional questions on this. As I understand it, basically, the engineer of record had a contract for 3 years at $200,000 a year, and that last year of the contract ends this spring. This amendment would add $125,000 basically for those last few months. And it seemed to me, I guess I didn't understand why we just didn't do a different contract. And at least some of these things I had understood from the description this gentleman was already doing. So I'd like just a little further discussion from someone.
Mr. Posey.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander.
You want me to say that over again?
No, you said that you had some other questions.
Well,
I thought so. You had some more.
I don't understand, one, why there's an additional contract that's over 50% of the current contract. I mean, he's getting $200,000, but he's going to get another $125,000 for these last few months. I don't understand why it's not a separate contract, and it seems to me, as I understand the descriptor here, he's doing a lot of the same things for this additional $125,000 he was already doing. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am, it's correct. The complex business that we have of dealing with regulatory and gas issues and the long-term gas project that we're working at, they're supplying part of the staff for, and that project has just been ongoing and going and going at the rate that they charge. It has driven the cost up, and that's basically it. And we did decide to go for a rate case this past year, and they are our engineer of record for that filing.
Okay, he's been getting $200,000. I don't mean to belabor this, but I'm still confused. He's been getting $200,000 a year for doing this work, but for this year, the last few months, he's going to get an additional $125,000 on top of that $200,000 for the last few months.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, this is not he. It is a group of highly specialized personnel to do the work that is required across that whole spectrum, including the gas work now.
All right, I still don't quite understand why it needs additional money now.
We started running out of money late last year. We have to stop spending money as of, I think, around the 1st of November. We still have a lot of work to do between now and the time the decision's made on both the rate case as well as the gas alternatives with the rest of the utilities in the city.
I say I'm not going to belabor it, then I keep pursuing. Basically, he's doing the same work for $200,000.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, this is work that's done hourly at different rates for different technical expertise.
I give up. Go ahead.
Ms. Johnston.
Sorry to jump queue here, but would it be fair to say that one of the additional responsibilities for this engineer of record is getting gas supply, which we weren't 3 years ago actively involved with other utilities? Or is this engineer of record doing the gas supply work in our own wells?
They were assisting, through the chair, Ms. Johnson, they were assisting doing the work 3 years ago. I had a personnel who left and retired, and they have brought that person on to continue to do that part of the work that has to be done.
That was going to be my follow-up question. But that person is on the rate case, though, right? Or is that person on gas shortages?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, that person was doing both.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Posey, I understand the need for the individual. It comes with MLMP's bond covenant. It's a required position.
Yes.
I understand that. One of my frustrations isn't directed at you. One of my frustrations in general is that we get a change order all the time, not just from your department, but across the municipality. Since it sounds like to me that the three things that we're doing, the change order number 2, 4 for the $125,000, it appears to me that those three things aren't going to be going away anytime soon. When we look at your guys' budget, there's rate increases in the future. That's the nature of the business. I understand that. Is it possible in the future that when we do have a renewed contract or contract extension, that we can say, based on previous years, instead of coming back for a change order, we can just appropriate it all at once? Or is this something that's technical that we can't look forward and say, well, let's just pass a $400,000 contract because that's what it's going to be with change orders anyways? Or is this something that, with the hourly rates, the individual technical things, that you don't know that when you're formulating your budget in 2012 for 2013?
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
It became more complex over the last 3 years than we've ever had in the last, even though the last contract probably had one change order to it. I'm not really sure, but we'd have to go back in history on that. But you look at what you think the world is going to present you, it's not always there. You need this specialized tasking in order to respond just for a number of different things, and including other people trying to get in business with us. With bringing cases before the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. They are our technical advisors to do that.
Okay, and then one other question is, I know it's $125,000, and I don't mean to say only $120,000. That is a lot of money, but as far as a percentage of your budget, it's very, very small. But does that put a strain on your budget looking forward, because this is kind of unanticipated when you formulated your 2013 budget? Or is this something that you're going to be able to absorb? Or
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, I think Ms. Johnston is smiling because she knows that we're fiscally capable of paying this, and without paying this, we probably wouldn't be.
I got you. Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, just a gentle typographical correction on your memorandum here. You used 2 L's in Hillcore. There's only one. But more to the point, at what level, I'm aware that Navigant Consulting is providing service to NSTAR and other railboat utilities on gas supply and alternative solutions. What role does MLMP play in that contract that NSTAR is the holder of, and does this specific contract with the EES somehow contribute to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, I think I have 2 contractors, this contract and another one, PRA, as well as some of my staff working on the long-term gas solutions moving forward, just like the other utilities do. We all have specialized folks as well as internal folks working with Mr. Gibbs of Navigant to do this.
So some of these dollars are paying for the MLNP perspective to be conveyed to Navigant for the overall rail belt concern.
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Chairman.
Mr. Starr?
I vote no.
Mr. Starr was no. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. We now have back before us item D7. Mr. Trainee?
I was talking to the city's attorney. He suggested 2 amendments. One is on line 35, strike through it approved and put in there conditional protest. And then on line 37, After assembly action, put a period and eliminate "and is authorized to sign on its behalf." Those are recommendations of our attorney.
You put that in the form of a motion for amendments?
I made the motion.
Second.
Yes.
And I've got the printed version here for you.
Very good. Okay, any comment? If not, we're voting on the amendment that Mr. Trainee just made. Please vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Could we please have that restated real quickly? I think I have it, but just
Okay, on line 35 where it says memorandum will approve, strike out approve and put conditional protest.
conditionally protest?
Conditionally protest. Sorry, you're right.
Thank you.
It's nice being younger. On line 37, after Assembly's actions, put a period and wipe out "and is authorized to sign on its behalf."
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I needed.
Okay. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is passed unanimously. We now have the amended motion before us. No comments. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we do have representatives from this establishment yet to be located here. Could you just give us a brief description of what your plan is, gentlemen?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Flynn. We ran into some economical issues with our spot downtown and had to pull out of that location. We still have plans to pursue a venture that needs a liquor license. We are working on a new location. We're in the midst of the due diligence process for that location. However, it is not in the downtown area, and it does come with another liquor license, and so we need to move the one that we got for downtown to a no premise while we decide what we're going to do with it.
Okay. And if I recall correctly, Mr. Gomez is one of your partners in this venture. Is that
Yes.
Remember that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Just, I saw your letter. Thank you for telling us, because I see 700,000 is a big hiccup for you guys to deal with, so thank you.
Yes, sir, it was.
Just want to make sure it comes back in front of us when we figure out where it's going to go.
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 9D21, AM83, proprietary purchase with CA Inc. for continuing software license agreement for the Municipality of Anchorage Information
Waive
Technology Department. Thank you. This item is before us.
Mr. Chairman, I think you actually misstated.
Move to approve.
I think you said 9 Delta 21 is 9 Delta 22.
22.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
I move that, and it's been seconded. The question I have, and I'm sure it's through Ms. Mahoney here, because I know it's for the CAMA system. I noticed that there's the annual fee for $226,000 and then 2 yearly fees after $54,000. Is the $226,000? She's here. If anybody can answer, is the $226,000 the initial cost up front? What's the difference? I don't know if she's here.
Through the chair. The $226,000 is our existing license cost based on our current set of software modules that we have in use. We've had in use for a few years.
So we've been paying $226,000 a year for this?
We actually, that probably has come down. I can check on that and get back to you. But typically on all of our mainframe software licensing costs, we've seen a decline over the last few years.
Okay, so then why is it significantly dropped to $54,000 after that? Not that I'm complaining, but
After we retire PeopleSoft, once SAP goes live, we would expect to see a significant reduction in our mainframe software costs.
okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That carries unanimously. We now have before us item 9F16, AO number 25, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal
Waive
Code.
reading.
Thank you. So
Move to
items
introduce, Mr.
before-
Chairman.
Second.
Third, okay. I've got a
Commissioner,
change on this one, Mr. Chairman. If you look on page 2-3, line 17, beverages after, it says 2 a.m. It should have read beverages after 3 a.m. A tactical punching error, and it's putting together. Shouldn't have been 2, it should have been 3, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So I can make that change. Just
Second.
change it by an hour.
okay. So we've got an amendment and a second. Third.
Mr. Chairman, we can't amend on an introduction. We just, I mean,
Oh, just correct.
It's noteworthy.
It's just a correction.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We can't do it.
Because there's some confusion out there, and I want to try and clear it up early.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to be added as a sponsor on that ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And myself as well.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to send this to the Public Safety Commission to match up with the other ones we sent the last meeting.
Very good. We shall. They are meeting on the 13th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. No objection. That item is taken care of. And we are at that point in the meeting where we're going to break for dinner, as there's no other items that we can take any action on at this time. Meeting back to order. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I move to change the order of the day to take up items 13A and 13B after the new public hearing items.
Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, we will reorder the agenda. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number 19, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $20,525,000 of general obligation bonds.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the item is before the body for
Move
action.
to approve.
Second.
Ms. Osiander?
Could we get a confirmation from the Department of Law that tonight is the last night for bond propositions?
Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, we're looking that up right now.
Thank you.
Would you like to hold for an answer on that, Ms. Osiander?
Well, the reason I asked is there's an item in a ladder bond that I think more appropriately belongs in this bond, but I know we can't increase the dollar amount once it's been noticed. So it would take an additional introduction of a different amount if we did it. So I don't mind going ahead, and then if he says yes, then we can always vote to reconsider.
Okay. I've got some people in the queue here, so Ms. Frasca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have an earlier question that I had submitted to the administration regarding the O&M costs associated with the traffic calming improvements. And the traffic calming improvements are $100,000 of the bond, but the O&M costs are $260,000. And so the response I got is a little bit confusing, as it sounds like you use a little bit of bond funds for these projects so that you can capture more taxes to pay for the O&M, even though other dollars go into the project. So could somebody explain that to me, why the $260,000 O&M at a $100,000 expenditure?
Thank you. As you know, a lot of our projects are funded by grant funds, like road projects, et cetera, and our traffic calming projects, et cetera. A lot of them are not funded by bonds, but they are funded by legislative grants or other types of grants. And one of the problems that you have with that is that there's no mechanism to allow for O&M to be added to take care of those type of projects. So if you are using, in fact, bonds, that at least the voters have the understanding up front that should we get the legislative grant along with this money, then there would be some O&M attached to that particular project that would add to the taxes. So it's really just a mechanism so that, you know, everybody's aware right up front. Other than that, we really don't have any other mechanism other than just continually raising the taxes in the general operating budget.
If I may I follow up? Well, it sounds like that's an end run around the tax cap, because the tax cap is specific about what the O&M has to be for. It's associated with the project that voters approve. And so the fact that you get grant funds isn't a reason to use this ARTSA bond as a way to do an end run. So ultimately, taxpayers are paying more anyway. So with this kind of a mechanism, so it's of concern to me if that's a practice that's been going on. So I'll follow up and find out how often it's been used that way, because I was unaware of it previously. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, if Dennis says that tonight's the last night we take action on this, you might consider doing immediate reconsideration on every one of these, so you don't have somebody from the Assembly moving to reconsider it tomorrow and delaying these from getting out to the bond. Just an idea, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, tonight is the last night to pass items affecting the regular election, including ballot propositions.
Ms. Osiander? Okay. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Braska brings up a good cost, but the specifics on the $260,000, is there something that you can give us descriptive-wise? I mean, for instance, if it's a speed hump, I know that there's restriping or repainting. Perhaps you're looking at paying for a person to monitor and administer the program. Why is it like a double and a half, time and a half on this? What's the 260 for?
If I don't answer correctly, I'll have the Public Works Director, but it's traffic calming, and remember, speed humps is just one of many mechanisms for that. And basically, if you're adding to your asset, so in other words, you're increasing the size, you're increasing the length, you're building a facility or more space than what you currently have, then you have new O&M costs associated with it. If you're putting up electronic systems that you don't have there before, then you have new requirements for O&M. So that's basically what we're talking about as far as covering here. And is that pretty much the case, Mr. Thompson? Okay, thank you.
So this is where the difficulty on bonds come, and what frustrations in the community is you're saying if we have and maybe we do. I haven't seen, you're saying you're doing traffic calming. The only traffic calming that I'm aware of that we've been doing in the city is speed humps, chicanes, rounded curbs like we do downtown, and some in the neighborhoods in Mountain View and Fairview, where they...
Signalization also includes in that. As you know, we have an awful lot of traffic signals, but that's all part of it. So those are all the type of things we're talking about, yes.
Okay, but there's nothing specific on the table for these bonds. I mean, we're just floating a bond out here and decide when we're going to spend them.
No, because it will match up with our legislative package. So if you look into the legislative package,
okay,
it'll match up with that.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
I just wanted to share, for those who haven't been on the body for quite as long as I have, that we've had a lot of discussion about O&M and tried to figure out how to make it realistic. Particularly the first few years on the Assembly, it was very frustrating because O&M costs were never adequate. Particularly, we had a lot of discussion about swimming pools and how inadequate the O&M had been. So we've specifically asked the administration to really look at O&M and make it realistic. And if you don't have the operating dollars to run and operate things, it just cuts you on the throat. So I'm appreciative of the fact that it seems that O&M is more appropriate than it has been in years past.
I appreciate it. I'd like some specifics that we could be able to explain to constituents, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Michaelis, on Exhibit A, you've got Lake Otis Parkway, surface rehabilitation, Campbell Creek to 64th, $700,000. Are you really going to start right in the middle of Lake Otis at Campbell Creek, or are we talking actually about 54th?
I'll ask Mr. Thompson that.
It's a street. I'm learned because the creek goes crooked.
Yes. Mr. Thompson?
I mean, you could do it, Mr. Thompson. I just want to know.
Mr. Trainee, through the chair.
Yes, sir.
The typical projects, I mean, are made up. We work with the community. We come up with a solution on where they are. Each specific one, typically in the bonds, has a piece associated with the legislative package. So we tie a lot of those together, and part of those mean that the bond is going to pay for one piece and another piece is being paid and requested through the legislative session. Then we design them, we do them in phases, and so this could be the first phase of the next phase. I mean, there's multiple projects here, so I could get you paperwork to show you exactly in the future what the phases are for this exact case. But, you know.
Please, I've lived there for 30 years, and I'm very familiar with the road, so I just want to make sure we're not, when it says Campbell Creek, I don't want to start, because Campbell Creek kind of meanders through Lake Otis, that we're on 57th, 54th, or something like that to go up to 64th, sir.
Yeah, no problem. We can get you a full overall picture of the project.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch? Yes. Mr. Starr? Yes. That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to move for immediate consideration, urge a no vote?
That would.
Otherwise, somebody might just come in tomorrow.
You've got a second.
Thank you.
Okay.
No votes urged.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote on the vote to reconsider, urging a no. Mr. Birch? No. Mr. Starr? No. That item carry, or it fails unanimously. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number 2, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,500,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of. Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Action. Mr. Vacalis.
Yes, sir. If I could draw your attention to the addendum where you have the S version.
Yes.
Since it wasn't clear, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to substitute the S version for the original version.
Second.
Thank you. Any comment? Seeing, hearing none, please vote on the S version. Mr. Birch? Yes. Mr. Starr? Yes. That motion carries unanimously.
That was the
Mr.
vote
Chairman.
to substitute?
Yes.
Point of information. Was that the vote to substitute then, or was that the vote to approve?
That was on S.
So
That was the
it was
S version.
unanimous
Substitute.
consent on the substitute. All right. Just clarifying. Thank
Yes.
you.
Mr. Chairman, move for immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
Second.
Voting on the motion to reconsider, urging a no vote, Mr. Birch? No. Mr. Starr? No. Thank you. That O was Mr. Trombley. That motion carries, or fails 10, and Mr. Flynn is showing abstaining on that vote.
I'm sorry, I just want somebody to reconsider it tomorrow.
We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number 3, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $525,000 of general obligation bonds. Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
I'm going to ask the indulgence of the body. Ms. Frasca has asked if we could hold action on this until we hear public testimony on 14D. Does anyone have an objection? Seeing none, we'll hold action on that. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number 20, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,095,000 of general
Waive
obligation.
reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Randy McCain. I've brought a couple items before you on this resolution I'd like to consider. I'd like to pass this out if that's okay.
Yes. Would you give it to the clerk, please?
Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Randy McCain, and I'm a resident of the Chugiak Eagle River area. Currently, I serve on the Subursa Board, the road board out in Chugiak Eagle River. I'm the financial officer. I want to make it clear, though, that I'm speaking for myself tonight. We just had a meeting last night, and my comments and this discussion didn't take place because we weren't aware of the contents of this ordinance. But at first glare, this ordinance tends to run into face of the way we currently do business, and I've brought to you a couple examples tonight. Currently, under this ordinance, if you look on the main body of your ordinance on page 3, and I've given you on the front cover of my handout, that it's to include assessing and rehabilitating bridges and dams. And what I would like to point out is that today, currently, Subursa has responsibility financially for that, and we get those funds under our own mill rates. And so this would be a new process that tends to conflict with how we're currently doing business with the road board. As an example, some recent projects that we've done are the Fire Lake Dam and the Stoltz Bridge, the Starner Bridge, and we're currently working with the Eklutna Bridge. The Stolt Bridge was a project from Public Works through PM&E, and so it was a municipality project, but Subursa was invoiced for that, and so the Chugiak Eagle River Road Board covered those expenses. And while I'm not fundamentally opposed to general obligation funds, I am opposed to double dipping, and I believe we're already covering our expenses in the area through our road board and our own mill rate. As an example of expenditures, on the Eklutna Bridge, we have a $14 million grant.
You've got 30 seconds to summarize.
We currently have a $14 million grant, and to get the inspection done on the bridge, we had a state inspector inspect it, and they did it at their cost. But to get the bridge inspected by the state, we had to clean the bridge, and that cost us $16,000 and some dollars just to get the bridge cleaned. And then to close the bridge, we had to decertify it and put up signs and roadblocks and stuff, and those expenditures were $36,505. And none of this is coming out of municipal funds. It's coming out of, Subursa road funds.
I have some questions for you.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Chairman, do you mind? I was going to ask if he could finish his point. Is that all right before you ask your question, Mr. Honeman?
Your request, yes, Ms. Osiander.
Anything else you want to say, Randy?
Yes, Ms. Osiander, thank you. There are several different ways to address this, but, I'm not an attorney and whatnot, but to me the simplest way to address this is just a line item take out, like I'm suggesting on the first page of my handout, which is on page 3 of the main body of your resolution, is to take out on line 32 and 33 and in quotations there, and assessing and rehabilitating bridges and dams. We're doing that under our own funding there. And then on your Exhibit A, which is the second page, you got a $200,000 expenditure there that would need to be taken out too, if that's the way we were addressing it. But I think it would be a travesty to double dip and charge us twice for the same works. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Buchanan, I read with interest, apparently you must have had a conversation with Ms. Osiander, and I don't know if you were told the response, but essentially, as I read it, the monies are more to assess area-wide dams and bridges for the purposes of review or assessment to make sure that if we need further monies, or like either through a legislative grant process, federal grant process, or bonding in the future, that we would have a better idea, a better understanding. So is that
currently? Each of these projects we went through an assessment process, and if we did it internally, which we did, for example, on the Starner Bridge, we covered those costs internally. If the work was done like it was on the Stoltz Bridge through Public Works, Municipal Public Works Department, PM&E, then we received an invoice from that, and we paid that, and that's the way we'd like to proceed. So moving forward, we would like to do business like we've always done business, and that's through Subursa with our own mill rate, and not have a crossover with general fund obligations.
So you're basically saying that if we've got to do work or assess the Ship Creek Dam or bridges that are in town, South Anchorage, that you're not wanting to have to put it under one area-wide bond to cover those costs? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I guess what I bring up is the fairness of it. Is if we're not asking, the residents of, for lack of a better word, Anchorage proper to have their mill rates affected by what we're doing out in the Chugiak-Eagle River area, and I guess what I'm fundamentally opposed to is both. I don't have a problem with the general obligation fund, and it's not that we don't want to cover, but I don't want to pay twice, and that's what I think this resolution is asking us to do.
Okay. Thank you. There are no other questions. Anyone else to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing none, this item is before the body. Ms. Frasca?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Frasca?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move to, what do I want to do? Amend? Because I have, before you is another motion, and my intent is to combine, well, excuse me, this is on the ARTSA bond.
That's right.
Yes, never mind. I don't want to say anything.
Ms. Osiander?
Thank you, Ms. Frasca. I'm hoping that I can get my amendment in first. I would like to amend this bond specifically by striking, as in the handout, on page 3, line 33, and on Appendix A, the bridge and dam rehabilitation. If I could get a second, I could explain.
Second.
Thank you. It's pretty important for service areas to really clearly understand what their responsibilities are and what the line is of their responsibilities. I have been involved with community discussions about the Eklutna Bridge for over 20 years. And consistently, the language was, you guys have to absorb the costs. And that's why the bridge got in such sad repair, is because, frankly, we didn't feel like we could afford to repair that bridge. What we're saying here now is, even though for the last, as long as I can remember, Chugach Eagle River has paid for, out of its own mill levy, roads, bridges and dam repairs, including some bridges I really wish we didn't have. Now, it's all of a sudden area-wide, and additionally, we're going to have to pay for bridges and dams within ARDSA. That, to my mind, is a dramatic change, and it shouldn't be done without a real broad discussion that includes folks in Chugach Eagle River as well as Anchorage. Frankly, if we're going to do this, then I'm going to start saying, folks, why didn't we pay everybody for the Eklutna Bridge? Why didn't we all pay for the Fire Lake Bridge, for the Fire Lake Dam, for the Starner Bridge, for the Stoltz Bridge? Because we paid for those individually within our service area. So if you want to do this, then let's talk about it and all have a common understanding of what responsibilities are, not do it this way. As far as I know, and I've attended many road board meetings over the last 25 years, this is a brand new precedent. I'm not aware of ever having, being asked within Subursa to pay for projects on the road system in Anchorage. So I think that it needs to be deleted to make it a smaller bond. So I really thank Mr. McCain. He's one of our road board reps for coming tonight. This is a big issue for areas outside of ARDSA.
Ms. Osiander, clerk needs clarification on your motion.
Is it to strike the language that is in the handout on both pages, or just?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have before us a motion to amend. Does anyone want to speak on the motion to amend?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman?
I just want to make clear that I agree with the fundamental philosophy of not double dipping and paying twice. I want to make that very clear. My concern is that I've driven out in the Subursa area, and that means that I suppose since I don't pay, there's like a toll process or something. I would think that people from the Subursa area drive into Anchorage from time to time. I think we're getting into the weeds on, we pay ours and you pay yours. We're one community, and the bond is area-wide, $200,000. I think Mr. Trombley said it's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of money. But I see it as a need to assess the bridges and dams so that they don't become in certain disrepair, Ms. Osiander. And I would have no problems with making it an area-wide bond or responsibility to help pick up the cost of roads, infrastructure that is critical for all to use. There are certain things, I get it, like the fire service area, Chugach Fire Service, the Parks and Recs. There's a whole lot of things you guys are doing, even the Subursa and the road service areas. I laud you. In a lot of cases, I've noticed far superior service, better delivery there. There's no argument. I'm getting into the basic infrastructure of what our responsibilities are. I don't know. I think we have money in the surplus. We should reimburse the Chugach Road Board for their cost in the assessment of those. If they had to pay $20,000, $100,000, whatever, we should reimburse that and not let them double dip. But I'm having difficulty saying that these are our roads and we're paying and these are our roads and I'm paying. I have difficulty with that. I really do. And maybe it's because I haven't thought about it, and this is just one of those areas, but I am.
Okay. Anyone else on the amendment? Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Osiander and I were talking earlier about her irritation about the fact that I actually read things. And I'm reading this. It's an area-wide bond. It's not an ARDSA bond. It's not a Subursa bond. It's an area-wide And so to say that we're double dipping is, frankly, I believe, falsely representing the facts. And furthermore, I take a little bit of umbrage at being told that we in the ARDSA service area are somehow being unfair to Subursa when I, who represent an ARDSA district, have been going to Juneau repeatedly with huge legislative packages supporting, I would say, in a disparate manner, Subursa area capital projects. So please, please do not vote for Ms. Oceana's amendment because you believe we're somehow double dipping. That is not the case. And furthermore, please don't feel like we are somehow mistreating Subursa. Indeed, we've been treating them very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston.
A question to the administration. Do you have a process or procedure in place as far as how you would disperse these funds or how you set up sort of a triage?
Ms. Johnson, through the chair. This whole project, it's not a project, it's an assessment of all the bridges and dams in the municipality of Anchorage, so then we can decide what projects need to be done and which bond, which function of funding we would go after. Does that help? And so
no, I'm asking what's your procedure? How are you going to proceed assessing it? Are you putting all of the bridges within from Chugiak, Eagle River down to Portage and in this assessment? And how are you weighting it, or is it on a crisis basis? What kind of process or procedure or triage, as I say, you're...
I mean, basically, it's to try to do as many that we haven't been working on recently and go back and visit the ones based upon us finding some of these dams. Some of the recent projects have caused bridges to be closed, dams to be fixed emergency. We need to get an assessment, so the whole point is trying to find, issue a contract to go out and assess as many of them as we can. At the time, you don't know until you get a bid whether you're going to carry every bridge or every dam in the city, but our intent would be to do a broad spectrum across the municipality to try to take and get as many assessed this time and then do the same thing if we didn't get all of them for the following year.
So this assessment would go from Chugiak, Eagle River,
correct,
up the hillside, down to Portage, if there's funds available, or as I say, is it a triage? Are you looking at the most immediate needs first, and then is your region the full municipality of Anchorage?
Well, the intent is to take the project to a full municipality, because if we knew where all the bridges were, if we had issues, if we knew where all the dams were a problem, we'd have a project ready to go for those. We're trying to identify and look at all of the infrastructure that we have and be able to come up with where we go from here.
Mr. Wheeler.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to put on the record Oceana's amendment as it affects the ordinance, so we're clear that we're changing the ordinance. So on page 3 of the ordinance, at line 36, the dollar amount $2,095,000 would be changed to $1,895,000. The tax cap amount of $70,000 at line 38 would be $50,000. On page 4, the tax increase at line 5 would go from 49 cents to 44 cents. And on line 7, the 22-cent amount would go down to 16 cents.
If it's acceptable to the second, I'd like the motion to incorporate those figures.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the queue, I have you, Mr. Mr. Trombley, to the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have to agree with Ms. Oceander on this. I understand her position. She wants to look out for her constituents, and if Subursa wants to pay for all their bridges, and if they want to pay for it out of that fund, then let them do it. And I think what Ms. Oceander is saying is that we create a separate bond that includes just the Anchorage area, excluding Chugiak Eagle River. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because I do see her point. The area is going to be taxed under Subursa for roads, for bridges, drainage, roads, all that kind of stuff, and then we're going to hit them up again for under this ARTSA bond, and I can see how that's double dipping. I understand Mr. Flynn's position as well, but if Subursa wants to take care of themselves, I say let them do it.
Ms. Osiander.
I want to emphasize the primary issue I'm trying to focus on here is how important it is to recognize service areas. My issue isn't, poor citizens of Chugiak. The issue is, once there's a common understanding of what a service area is, particularly if there's a history of an understanding on how the service area functions, to change it without a discussion of the people in the service area is frankly not fair. This may be the best way to go in the future, folks. It may be. But to have it just suddenly appear here when precedent and history has not been done this way is not, I think, a wise way to go. Actually, in an ideal world, I don't think I'd object to this. But what I object is changing the definition and the common understanding of service area responsibilities this way. It's all been either Subursa or state grants. There's been nothing from any.
Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, perhaps the question to Mr. Thompson or Mr. McCain, since he's on the road board out there. Mr. Thompson, are you aware, to the administration, anyone? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of any cost or any assessments done in the Subursa road service area on dams or bridges that the municipality did and then issued a bill to Subursa to pay?
Offhand, I do not for an assessment.
Okay. And so my question is if that were the case, could we find that, track that expense, and be able to report how much that would be? I see their point. If they're doing their own assessment, paying for it out of their board from their funding, then I could see where there's some concern. If they're not paying for assessment, but they're then responsible for the cost of repairs, however the funding comes through, whether it be Subursa through bonding, through Subursa through legislative grant, federal grant. My concern is that I've heard testimony that someone is being charged for services the municipality is providing in the Subursa road area.
Like I said, I don't believe that that's taken place. Doesn't mean that we can't do a research and find out 100% and let you know, but I don't believe for projects that's what we do. That's how projects are handled, but typically I don't believe assessing what to do for a project is done that way.
Mr. Honeman, I think Mr.
McCain may be able to answer that too. I have no problems. My concern, Ms. Osiander, on your comments is when it comes to the repairs and how it's paid for, what funding source, I get it. I really do, and I respect the road service area. It's done well. My concern is on the assessment of the overall infrastructure. It's a kind of a bigger view, and they're not really fixing or tinkering. For $200,000, I can't imagine they're going to be able to assess every bridge and dam in the whole entire city. Mr. McCain, are you aware of any bill that assessment?
Yeah, Mr. Honeman, through the chair. Recent project was Fire Lake Dam, which was assessed. The assessment was done by PM&E in our Public Works Department, and the project was invoiced to Subursa. The Stoltz Bridge was.
What was that amount?
I don't have those figures tonight, but I could actually supply those to you. The Stoltz Bridge was a public works project from the municipality done through PM&E, and the assessment and the project work was invoiced to Subursa, and Subursa paid for those out of our mill rates. The Starner Bridge was internally done by Subursa without no assistance from PM&E, and the Clutna Bridge that we're currently have a $14 million grant on. That assessment was done by the state, and the cost of that assessment was paid for by Subursa.
Okay. So if we could get I'd be happy to sponsor some reimbursement if the city has billed Subursa for an assessment. I think we're splitting hairs on the cost of repairs. I could see, but assessment, I think it's critical that someone in a higher view and engineers can assess and we all share the burden of those.
I'll try to get those figures sent to the municipal clerk's office tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
I'll try not to be didactic, Mr. Chairman. Read it. Area-wide. Not ARTSA, not Subursa, area-wide. And I'm taking a little bit of umbrage here at the idea that we're somehow not treating Subursa fairly or that we're somehow double-dipping with Subursa taxpayers. Mr. McCain referenced a $14 million grant. Where did that come from? From our legislative package that I advocated for. Doesn't benefit my constituents, and now I'm being told that somehow assessing bridges that might be in my district is unfair. I'm having a hard time with that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trini?
Mr. Mayor, what's the administration's position on this amendment? Had it come to you guys before you brought it to us, or what, Mr. Mayor?
Well, obviously, we put forth the language in the way that we preferred. We brought it forward for a reason in that manner. And quite frankly, at this stage, I don't think we support the amendment. I do think Ms. Osiander has a point that, this is something we can look at and maybe develop better long-term procedures. But for now, I think the point Mr. Honeman made, Mr. Flynn made, are probably on target about this being an area-wide assessment and properly assessed accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Osiander?
I don't think that this is to the detriment of anybody. We've all gone and advocated for projects for the municipality as a whole. Because the state has paid state grants for some specific projects seems irrelevant to the matter before us. Folks, you need to be careful with service areas. You have to protect them, and you have to really recognize what people understand the definition of service areas to be. I've already gotten a call on the other bond we're going to be considering, or the other ordinance change on service areas. People are very protective in the hillside and Chugach Eagle River of service areas. And I assure you there will be a negative reaction to this because it changes precedent. Not because the idea isn't necessarily okay, but don't mess with service areas this way, please.
Mr. Trombley, did you withdraw? Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could see both sides of this argument, Ms. Osiander's and her constituent, but I really do appreciate Mr. Flynn's point of view. I'm not, I'm satisfied necessarily with his delivery, but that's beside the point. I think the mayor also made a very good point. I think it's kind of late in the game to change this ballot proposition, but the mayor did say that the administration would look at this in the future, and I'm going to hold them to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston?
As another assembly member that represents a number of service areas, I will not be supporting this, not because I don't feel that you have a valid issue, Ms. Osiander, but I feel that we should be setting a new precedent with our aging infrastructure. And I'm pleased to hear that the administration will be looking at, I'm a little disappointed from what I heard as far as what the process, the procedure, or as I said, the triage was going to be with these limited funds and how you were going to use the assessment. But I think having this discussion is a worthy citywide, municipal-wide discussion, and I will not be supporting this.
No one else in the queue. We are voting on the amendment. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
No.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah. Excuse me, yes.
That motion fails. 9 to 3. Okay.
I move the original.
I've got to. I've got a little situation that I've got to clear here. I need to hold D. We were supposed to have dealt with 14C prior to D. That was Ms. Frasca's request. So,
Mr. Chairman, you had announced that we were postponing action until D.
I'm sorry.
You had announced just prior to moving to D that we were postponing a vote on C until after we addressed
Took testimony on D.
testimony. Okay.
Yes. So we now have 14C before us. Ms. Frasca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to that if, and it's on your packets that was distributed, that if AO 2013-20 is passed and approved by the Assembly, the proposition in Section 3 of this ordinance shall be combined with the ballot proposition in AO 2013-20 into a single ballot proposition with a specific ballot proposition language to be approved by the municipal attorney in consultation with bond counsel consistent with the below. And it has the new language drafted out.
You've got a second.
I'll second the motion, but I would appreciate a little bit of explanation because this is a little different than what I thought we were able to do. And I presume Mr. Wheeler has some help for us?
The purpose of it, and I'll have
I get
Mr.
the
Wheeler.
purpose. I just want to know the rationalization of a slightly different process than we've used
Okay,
before.
Mr. Wheeler will explain.
And let me give a preface. Ms. Frasca had asked the question prior to the meeting about whether or not, or why we separated transit bonds as an area-wide from the other area-wide public safety bonds. In the past, they've been combined sometimes, and sometimes they've been separate. I think there's a theory that when they're combined, there's a better chance of passage. So I asked Mr. Wheeler and our bond counsel to look at whether or not they could be combined by amendment, and they decided that yes, they could if the proper language was put into the amendment. And I'll let him elaborate more.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, it's my understanding that traditionally these issues have been combined into a single bond proposition. So to the extent that we can follow that practice, that would be my preference. And in addition, I think this assists to some degree the clerk's office in keeping the ballot props and the ballot a little more streamlined. I've discussed the bond implications with bond counsel, and I've discussed the structure of the amendment with the Assembly counsel. I feel comfortable opining that the Assembly can combine this into a single ballot prop.
I have no objection to the theory. Just want to make sure we're okay in practice here. We've noticed two different bonds for two different amounts, both lower than what we're proposing with this amendment. And you are comfortable that we have met the notice requirements in spite of that with this amendment?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, neither ordinance title prohibits combining the propositions. The ballot proposition, if you combine it, will be noticed to the voting public. They'll have plenty of opportunity to decide whether the combined proposition is worthy of their vote or not.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, frankly, I'd like to thank Ms. Frasca for bringing this amendment forward because it's exactly right. And the mayor also said this is a better way to get transit bonds improved because before this practice started, we had a big problem with getting transit bonds approved. And usually the transit bond was just to provide the match for all the massive federal dollars that we got from the federal government. So I'm happy that she brought this forward, and I support it 100%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn, are you in the queue again?
No, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Somehow it didn't come out. So.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julia, is there a problem with what is proposed from your perspective?
Through the chair, no, Mr. Trainee. And the one thing that Mr. Wheeler and I also discussed in response to Mr. Flynn's question, and what I believe Mr. Wheeler wanted to add was that when the Assembly if the Assembly passes each of the ordinances, the amount stated in each ordinance will then be approved by the Assembly, and the combined amount on the proposition will be within the two amounts, if combined. And so it's a mechanism that both allows the public notice that the Assembly is considering each of these, but allows an efficiency on the clerk's part and the Assembly in the actual proposition language.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Tucker covered what I wanted to add regarding the dollar amounts of the two ordinances.
Mayor Sullivan?
Yes, thank you. And just as a final note, we don't object to combining them. I'm the one who made the decision to separate them in the first place, and for a couple reasons. When it is a standalone, there is also the theory that it's more transparent because you're not combining different items within a bond. And we've had, since we've come into office, because we've put forth such modest bond amounts, our goal being to reduce municipal debt, that we've had outstanding success with our bonds. In fact, I think 100% success. So it was not, for me, I felt even having it as separate when, we can advertise that we're getting 4-to-1 match on the transit bonds. It's a good story to tell. And again, we've had great luck with our bonds since we've been in office. So, but again, no objection to combining the bonds either.
Thank you. There is no one else in the queue. Ms. Frasca, I am going to ask that you restate that motion. As someone was speaking with me when you made the motion, I want to make sure what we're doing is combining these two in one motion.
Well, then we'll have another motion, Mr. Chairman, on 2012-20. So on this one, as I move to add a new Section 6 to AO 2012-3 to read as follows. If AO 2013-20 is passed and approved by the Assembly, the proposition in Section 3 of this ordinance shall be combined with the ballot proposition in AO 2013-20 into a single ballot proposition with the specific ballot proposition language to be approved by the municipal attorney in consultation with bond counsel consistent with below. And then it's a restating of the proposition.
Point of information.
Yes, Ms. Osiander.
Her motion was predicated on the passage of 20 in the first phrase. So I would assume then that we need to vote on 20 before we deal with her motion.
After.
So we're going to vote on this, and then we're going to vote on 20?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch? Yes. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-1. Right, motion to approve. Before us now is the motion to approve. No discussion, please vote.
Mr. Chairman, on 20 alone as amended then?
This is the motion on 3 as amended with a motion that Ms. Frasca just made. She did an amendment. We're now voting on 3.
Could I ask a question then about it, if you don't mind? I'm sorry, you're going to vote on 3 and then you're going to vote on 20?
Yes.
All right, I have a question on 20, so I will wait.
Wait till then. Okay. Let me reset the vote. Okay. We're now voting on ordinance number 3 as amended. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us for action item 14D. Ms. Frasca?
Yes, I move to add a new Section 6 to AO 2012-20 to read as follows. The proposition in Section 3 of this ordinance shall be combined with the ballot proposition in AO 2013-3 into a single ballot proposition with the specific ballot proposition language to be approved by the municipal attorney in consultation with bond counsel consistent with the below. And again, it restates the proposition.
Second.
Ms. Osiander?
My question is on the content, so I'll wait until we have to do this vote.
Okay. Ms. Frasca, are you back in the queue? We are voting on Ms. Frasca's amendment as stated. No one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-1. We're now back to this item as amended. Ms. Osiander.
Could I have some detail about what the school zone safety upgrades are?
Yes. Who can answer? Ms. Osiander.
As in most of the school zone safety, we work with the school district on their different safety requirements in the area. Sometimes it's flashers, sometimes it's crosswalks where we put them, all those type of things. So it's multiple different projects, and it depends on the area, and it depends on Anchorage School District.
This is another one, sir, where in the past we've gone for state grants or alternative funding for flashers outside of ARTSA. So your intent now is to change and assume the responsibility for flashers and safety improvements in schools outside of ARTSA?
We go after both types of funding as much as we can get to make things safer in all parts of Anchorage and municipality.
I'm just not aware of it ever happening before, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Trini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thompson, can you give me a list of where these are going to go for $500,000? I'd like to know.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. We now...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration.
Second, urgent no vote.
Okay. We have a motion for reconsideration, urging a no vote. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
That motion fails 10-1.
Mr. Chairman, did we also do that on 14C?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, on 14C. Move for immediate consideration. Urgent no vote.
Second.
Please vote. Mr. Birch?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
That motion fails unanimously. We now have before us item number 14E, AO number 16, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage
Waive
the
reading.
regular.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, Mr. Trombley?
To the administration, for the land that is going to be traded out from the state, where does that come from? And what section of land does that come from?
Mr. Rado will answer.
Sure.
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, if you take a look at the attachment, I believe shows the orientation of the property. And basically what it has is a very, very small piece of property in exchange. What we're basically doing is we're providing the safety improvements right now. You have to cross Dowling Road as opposed to the underpass that's going to go in, and all we're going to do is switch over on this property. This is going to allow for parking and a trailhead.
Okay, thanks. I was a little unclear as far as the diagram, but thank you.
Mr. Trini.
Chairman, thanks administration for bringing this forward. This will make this road construction we've done with Dowling Road looks very good. We've got bike trails in there, so it's in my area. We want to see this thing go to the voters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14F, AO number 15, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified
Waive
voters.
reading.
Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Osiander.
To the administration, I've already gotten a call from one community council president expressing real concern after she read the title of this, because there's a lack of understanding. So hopefully when we give information out about this, we can include the specific language that's being amended. Because when I referenced her to the language, then the concern dropped. But the title appears to really be a challenge to service areas, and it's going to be problematic, I think.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I echo Ms. Osiander's concern. I've had concerns from the hillside thinking this is the way that ARTSA is going to annex the hillside. So I think we do need to make sure that this is brought out in the correct manner. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote.
No, I'll vote for it.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14G, AO number 6, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Upper Grover Limited Road Service Area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Mr. Wheeler.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify for the record in regards to what Ms. Osiander and Ms. Johnson said in the previous item, this is an example, this item here, of what we're trying to fix, and that is we're not trying to set up a situation where service areas can be annexed into each other. What we're really trying to do is fix problems with individual properties where, like in this case, 14G, they're being taxed for services they do not receive. For example, this particular property doesn't use the service area roads, and it can't, but is still paying a service area tax.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, appreciate the explanation from the municipal attorney. I'm a little concerned about carts and horses here. If we approve this and if the voters also approve it, then we've taken them out of a service area. And however, if the concerns that Ms. Osiander and Ms. Johnston voiced on the previous matter are such that that does not pass, and then in a couple of years these folks do want access to the service area, then we're doing this all over again. And I would feel better about doing this one after we saw how voters reacted to a simpler annexation, de-annexation process, rather than set ourselves up where we may have to do yet another ballot proposition in 2 or 3 years. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-2. We now have before us item 14H, AO number 7, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item carries unanimously. I'm sorry, that counts, that passes with 10, one member absent. We now have before us item 14I, AO number 17, an ordinance submitting to
Waive reading.
qualified. Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the
Move
body.
to approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion passes 10 with one absent, 10 in favor. We now have before us item 14J, AO number 18, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the South.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second. No.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion passes 10 in favor, one absent. We now have before us item 14K, AO number 13, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the
Move
body.
to approve.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the clerk.
Yes, Mr. Starr.
Is this a manageable process for the clerk from the perspective of mailing dates and such like that, or what's the procedure that will be incurred here?
Yes, Mr. Starr, we believe it is. Assembly Council helped with Mr. Trombley and others to draft the ordinance so that it is permissive for the clerk's office to do mail-in elections with the LRSAs. It's not mandatory. And so it'll be something that we're going to be exploring in the next year. The dates are open, and so we'll try to figure out what dates work best, given that we're working on the April election from about December until about April 15th or 16th. So we'll try and figure that out in the next few months. We're going to try and pattern it after some elections that are already happening by mail in the Muni, and we will definitely keep you posted because we need to follow up with you with a resolution when we decide what to do with the procedure.
Okay, well, thanks for the information. I like the idea of just it needs to be prudent that it'll work as you expand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a great idea, long overdue. I noticed we don't have a summary of economic effects in here, and hopefully it'll actually save money. So recognizing that we're still refining procedures, when the resolution comes before us to proceed, it would be nice to have that C attached to it to take a, so we have a feel for how we think it'll affect our finances.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before the body item 14L, AO number 8, an ordinance authorizing.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Knowing it's sometimes difficult to keep up when you're participating remotely, I just wanted to ask Mr. Starr if this is one of the developments that he might have a conflict in.
No, I don't, Mr. Flynn. Thanks for asking. It's not anything near nor anything I associate with. I will add that it's the request for the 55-year terms is in keeping with pretty much the state and then the lending requirements from the lenders and the builder challenges. So I urge a yes vote and expansion of that lease. So thank you for asking.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item number 14M, AO number 9, and ordinance authorizing disposal by direct negotiation.
Waive reading.
Sale. Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body
Move to
for
approve.
action.
Second.
Mr. Honeman.
I just wanted to, I guess, defer to Ms. Oceaner on this one in particular. Is this an area that has any input from community councils or any concerns or anything?
Ms. Osiander?
Yes, this is an area that's been looked at intensively. In fact, we did a little bit of a master planning effort for this. Its properties were put up for sale, and we didn't really get any bids. The concern was the cost for rezoning them in accord with the master plan. However, there were two, I don't know if the correct term is bids or offers that came in for the property later. And both of them, I've checked with the staff, both of them are in accord with the master planning effort that was done there. These are fairly steep areas, and there's a desire that they be large lot properties and have specific zoning categorization.
So you recommend?
I am supporting. I have an amendment, though, when I have an opportunity.
Your opportunity is now, Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. Typically, a dispersal of HLB property requires the approval of the HLB board. This was calendared before the HLB board, but they did not have a quorum. So I'd like to introduce, I'd like to amend by adding a sentence saying, notwithstanding Code 25.40.0225, the Assembly would like to proceed with this, approving this disposal without the Heritage Land Bank Commission recommendation.
A second.
And it was basically just the lack of the quorum. This property disposal has been discussed extensively by HLB board, and I know of no one who has been oppositional to it as long as the conditions were met. Well, that's for Canadian steel, but don't we need a notwithstanding on this one? Because there's no.
We already got one. If you look, Mr. Chairman, if you look at page 2, section 1, lines 10
Okay,
through
we've got
13,
two of
we
them
got it.
that need notwithstanding, and this is for the second one, so I apologize. I didn't realize the notwithstanding was in here. It's on the Appendix B. Where is it? Where is the notwithstanding language? Okay, it's on page 2 of 2 on the section there. So I apologize, folks.
And withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Because it's non-material, since it's already here.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Mr. Flynn, that was your point?
You got it.
Okay. This item is before us. I see no one in the queue, so please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Trombley? Motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14N, AO number 10, an ordinance authorizing non-competitive disposal.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch.
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14O, AO number 14, an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive
Waive
disposal.
reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for action. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brian Stencil for my client's the Anchorage Soil and Water Conservation District. And I just wanted to take a brief second to, through the chair, thank the Assembly and the Mayor's Office for moving us all past the limbo that the composting industry has been in for 5 years. And the district assists the composting operators in Anchorage. And we're looking forward to getting past this and being able to sit down and talk about a holistic plan citywide and to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. See no one in the queue. Mr. Training.
Chairman, just if you look at line 40, it's got some blank dates in there.
Mr. Chairman, there's still testimony.
I know, I just wanted to make sure we get to that when we get to that point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Assembly, through the chair, my name is Pete Kineen, Executive Director of the nonprofit ERI, Environmental Recycling. I just have one comment quickly to clear up a little confusion. I think it's on paragraph 4 about a critical piece of equipment. The explanation from ERI standpoint is that equipment is secured. It is available to come up here. Insurance has not been obtained on the site because we do not have an agreement. We hope tonight there will be an agreement, there will be insurance, et cetera. The very brief history on this equipment was it's critical to this operation. It was in operation at Point Warrenzoff for years. After we left there, it went to our new operation in Homer, where we don't really need it. It's just been sitting there. But I had an opportunity to sell it in 2011, not knowing that we were coming back here. The mayor and I shook hands in May of this year for the settlement agreement, and in November, 7 months later, we still hadn't gotten the agreement written up or signed, and I made a determination that we had lost all of 2012 and we were about to lose 2013. So I just simply said, I'm sorry, we can't do the settlement anymore. And part of the reason is the equipment that I had sold, I had an exclusive option to buy it back, which was expiring. And as a result of that, there was a good faith down payment on the settlement made to us, which was partly used to acquire my rights to reobtain this equipment, which it has been, and it is ready to go. But again, prior to an agreement being available, there was no sense in bringing that equipment up here and having it sit naked out there and unprotected. So it is ready to go. Insurance is ready to go. If we have an agreement, then everything is real, and we're prepared to move forward. So that's just a quick explanation.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Kineen, so
Yes.
you're saying that everything's in order. That last little bit, I think, is what really I keyed on.
Yes,
I
sir.
understand it. So there's no issues. You
Nope.
should be able to honor this agreement.
No, the fate of this is in your hands.
So if this agreement is passed, you can proceed as planned.
Yes, sir.
Because it says here, if you're not, as of 2 days ago, if it's not in place, you start getting liquidated damages.
We assume that we can work something out on that, but
To the administration, if we're not passing this till the 29th,
Mr. Wheeler is in the queue. Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Horniman, the liquidated damages started accruing back last year when the tub grinder wasn't put on site. But if the Assembly approves this lease, it's anticipated that the Assembly will also appropriate funds to Mr. Canine. If you look in paragraph 3, you'll see that there are two separate amounts that will be appropriated for that purpose. The first to happen on or before March 15, and the second to happen once ERI performs under the agreement. So, as Mr. Canine indicated, by approving this lease, you are in effect approving the entire structure of the settlement as laid out in this document.
So, a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So am I understanding that if insurance is in place, equipment's in place, and they're ready to go, by my calendaring, it's $300 already, unless he's already operating and crushing?
Through the chair, Mr. Horniman, the equipment is not in place, and the liquidated damages at $150 a day started back, I think, in November. There has been no discussion as to how those liquidated damages are going to be handled, other than, as already indicated in the settlement agreement, which is that that's a deduction against the amount we're owed to him should he perform.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Canine?
I think this has been a misunderstanding all the way through, but we would like to proceed ahead, and if we are financially damaged, then to that extent, then so be it, I guess.
Ms. Osiander?
Mr. Wheeler, on line 28 and 29, it specifically says if the equipment is not in place by January 27, 2013. It doesn't talk about last year.
Through the chair, Ms. Alswald maybe can help me out here. Because my recollection is that that damage calculation starts back in November or December.
And while you're looking at, additional question would be, so the expectation would be that he would put the equipment in place before he had access to the property or the ability to insure it?
As I recall it, there was an understanding that we would provide some funds so that he could relocate the tub grinder. Those funds were paid, and there was an expectation that the tub grinder would be placed on site as we move forward in achieving a settlement. There was an interim agreement to that effect. So to date, Mr. Canine has received approximately $100,000 towards achieving the end goal of a complete settlement.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Mr. Wheeler, you didn't answer my question. It says here the equipment has to be in place January 27, 2013. And you're telling me that's not accurate, and instead there was information or an agreement and he was paid to put the equipment there earlier, even though he did not have site control. Is that accurate?
That is correct. The date is December 16 at line 27. Unfortunately, without Mr. Owens here, I can't answer right off the top of my head line 28 and through 30 as to how that's to be interpreted. But the original agreement and the arrangement in here in that first line is that that equipment would be placed last year.
Yeah. Ms. Osiander, that was in exchange for $45,000. The interim agreement said we will pay you $45,000, and the condition of receiving that money is that the equipment will be placed on the site by a date certain. That didn't happen.
So we granted him site access to do
Absolutely.
that. All right. I would like clarification of liquidated damages date, please. Because I'm going to assume it's January 27, 2013. Thank you.
Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the indulgence. Mr. Canine, the reason I ask these questions is I recognize this has been a very complex issue. I recognize that this has gone on years, and I recognize that this has not been without some negotiations on both parties and some attempts to try to work and resolve the issue. My concern is, and I want you to be very clear, that when we walk away from here tonight, if this is approved, whatever monies that you are owed due to the settlement and the agreements and the court action, that it might be minus whatever the I guess you could say the imposed liquidated damages may be. And it's not clear on this document exactly where that clock starts and stops. So you may be down $300 based on what I'm seeing here, or it may be that because my understanding your equipment is not in place at this time?
The equipment is in Anchor Point near Homer.
So when do you expect to get it on site? Because, I mean, you're already 2 days over the date it's on January 27th, the very latest.
Assuming we had approval, be ready to go. The Sterling Highway is being rained on right now. It's ice on top of ice, but within the time that clears up and it's safe to bring the truck up here, it would be up here. So we're talking some number of days, not a long time. And from ERI's standpoint, certainty is what we need. And there was a misunderstanding in this agreement back in November. I understood it was to secure the equipment. We did use the money for that. Again, we're willing to suffer the interpretation of this particular aspect of it in return for certainty. We would like to get out there and finish up that project and move on. And if we don't have it, we'll take it as is, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate your concern.
So we need.
Ms. Osiander?
My understanding and what I'm voting for is a document that says liquidated damages began January 27th of this year.
Through the chair.
That's what I'm reading and what I'm voting on.
Mr. Wheeler?
Sorry, through the chair, Ms. Osiander, literally all you're approving tonight is the lease, the 3-year lease arrangement. But it's in the context of a settlement agreement, and that settlement agreement will control. If there's some discrepancy between the settlement agreement and this whereas paragraph, the settlement agreement will control.
Mr. Wheeler, all I can do is vote for what I read. And my understanding when I read it is exactly literal in what's written here, sir. So I can't vote for something that is against what's written here.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, the action item is the approval of the lease on the second page.
There is no lease on the second page. Okay, well, I'm just going to repeat to you, Mr. Kadeen, my understanding on liquidated damages is as it's stated. Thank you.
Mr. Horniman?
I have to agree with Ms. Osiander here. Mr. Wheeler, I'm sorry. It's clear in here that we had a settlement, that the municipality owed certain dollars, and then there's interest amounts netted. It's all described. I granted you that there's an outstanding balance as of October 2012. There was an agreement to have the equipment on site with insurance on or before December 16th. But if it wasn't there by December 27th, you issued a notice of default because it wasn't there. And then if the equipment and insurance not in place, approximately January 27th, the liquidated damage would occur. Is that on top of whatever you had agreed to on the settlement? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, Mr. Holman, can you say your question again, please?
Okay. The last line, page on line 28, 29. If the equipment and insurance are not in place by approximately January 27th, liquidated damages of $150 a day will be imposed. The very first paragraph talks about the judgment, and at the very first part of the sentence on line 24, it talks about monies that the municipality paid in order to accommodate Mr. Canine getting the equipment on site by the 16th of December. When that didn't happen, on December 27th, you issued a default notice. The default, I'm assuming, is from the settlement, from earlier mentioned in paragraph 1. Is that correct?
Mr. Canine? Mr. Canine, up here.
Yes.
Up front.
Yes.
It's okay for you to sit down. You're not involved in.
I'm finished.
So sit down and be comfortable.
My parting comment would be that I would accept a positive statement and move forward, and if we have to pay this, we pay it. So
Thank you.
we need certainty tonight. Thank you very much.
Mr. Honeman, you're waiting on a response
Yes,
from Mr. Wheeler?
I just want to get clarity, because I agree with Ms. Oceana. We've got a document here that we're about to approve that either this man owes money back on a judgment in what could be hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, or he owes $300 as of today, and then moving forward until he gets the item on site. I just don't know which one it is.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeman, the easiest way to approach this, if you don't mind, is that the whereas clauses are fact findings by the Assembly. I do apologize for the confusion. The best way to handle this, in my opinion, would be to delete that last sentence as a fact finding by the Assembly. The settlement agreement will control how liquidated damages are calculated.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. That's all I need. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully amend.
The public hearing isn't closed, Mr. Honeman. We need to let that.
All right, we've got to finish public.
Okay, very good.
Anyone else to testify? Anyone at all?
Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Kathy Gleason. I'm currently president of Turnagain Community Council, and the board discussed this. We have not discussed it at a regular meeting, but the board discussed this, and withstanding all of the financial details that I'll let you guys figure out, we don't have any opposition to this lease. I testified at the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission earlier this month, and just stated that there were two things that we wanted to be ensured of with regard to this lease, and that is that no vegetation be removed, especially near the coastal trail area, since the coastal trail is part of the land that's being leased. I'm not sure why, but I saw the map and saw that it was included in the lease, and also that any work out there for the next 3 years, the term of the lease, doesn't impede use of the coastal trail in terms of going through that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you for hearing me. I'm Larry Schuler. I've been listening, trying to follow what's going on. And it seems to me that the question is, on the settlement agreement, the terms and force of that agreement are not known to the Assembly. But they are contingent on the passage of this ordinance in the lease. So do we know what the effect, particularly the financial effect, of the passage of this ordinance and the going forward of the lease will have? Is there a dollar figure at issue here? And does anyone know it?
I'd like a chance to respond.
Mr. Honeman?
The only way I can understand, to help explain, and maybe someone from the administration can chime in if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that legal settlements are handled at the executive branch of the municipal attorney. Oftentimes those settlements are confidential. In this particular document, there's a critical sentence in the fourth paragraph, and it created a little confusion. I think we found the remedy to that. There's already a settlement that essentially directs what payment is to be made from the municipality to this plaintiff or this person who filed suit, and how that's to be paid. And of course, if there are any shortcomings, for instance, if they fail to perform on the settlement agreement that was reached, then there'd be lesser money going to the person. So I think that's what's been addressed. This just added a little confusion.
Okay. I was just wondering if anyone else wondered, or if the issue was what the financial effect of the settlement has on the passage of this ordinance, or the passage of the ordinance has on the settlement.
But at this point, the only thing I wanted to make very clear is that the area gets cleaned up, and that there's no misunderstanding, and that there is going to be likely, because of the way it was stated to us, that he will not get the full money that he was originally settled with, or the judgment there, because of some fails to perform.
Thank you. And for the record, I am for environmental cleanup all the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to testify?
I just wanted to clarify one other thing, Mr. Chairman, is you're wondering about the financial, whatever the settlement price is, that immediately increases property taxes in order to pay for the settlement. That's how it's paid. So whatever it is, every taxpayer has to pay for that settlement.
Anyone else to testify? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body for action.
Mr. Chairman,
Approve.
Mr. Chairman, I move a deletion make a motion to delete line 28, where it starts, if the equipment, all the way through line 30.
Okay. Anyone in the queue? Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was in the queue there.
Okay.
We support that amendment, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else in the queue on this amendment? Seeing, hearing none, we're voting on the amendment. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us the original motion. Anyone on the queue to speak on the original motion? Ms. Osiander?
On lines 40 through 42, I move to delete and instead to insert, notwithstanding Code 25.40.025, the Assembly approves this without the the Heritage Land Bank Commission recommendation.
Second.
For the same reason as previously stated.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Wheeler, on AO 2013-14, the only operative sections we have to worry about is Section 1 and Section 2. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, but as I noted earlier, there is the implication here that the Assembly will follow through with the total
I
settlement.
know, I just wanted to make sure only Section 1 and Section 2, and that's what you said earlier.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote on the motion the motion as amended. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I'd like to move to postpone the public hearing on item 14P, the Government Hill Neighborhood Plan, AO 2013-11, until the regular Assembly meeting on February 12, 2013.
No, ma'am.
Second, but could I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Wheeler and Ms. Tucker, my understanding is once we've advertised a public hearing, we have to at least give people the opportunity to speak. Isn't that true?
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, that's been my understanding of the practice.
Mr. Wheeler? Did you hear the question?
I think I understand the question, that is whether you open and continue the public hearing on the two plans.
Yes.
And I concur with Ms. Tucker. I think that's been the practice, is to open those and continue it.
Put the end agenda if we don't get to it.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, one suggestion would be to reorder the agenda to put it at the end, if you'd prefer that way.
Mr. Chairman, that way if we don't get to it, you simply don't get to it. You end the meeting. Make the last item on the agenda, sir.
I move to reorder the agenda of the day, and I would like to move both item 14P and 14Q to the end of the agenda.
Second.
Any objection? Mr. Birch? Let's vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14R, AR number 6, a resolution approving letters of
Waive
agreement.
reading.
Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the
Move
body.
to approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch? Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14S, AR number 7, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $215,221.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Any opposed? Mr. Birch, Mr. Starr?
We just get a
Okay.
brief explanation.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just a real brief explanation. I hadn't heard that we wanted to postpone this one indefinitely, so.
Ditto.
We'll be coming back with a new version. The dollar amount is incorrect in the title.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is postponed indefinitely. We now have before us item 14T, AR number 8, an ordinance authorizing a long-term lease between the municipality of Anchorage Lesser and Rogers Park Hangars, LLC, formerly Diamonds.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony.
Point of order.
Wrong item.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
excuse me, are you on 14L or 14T?
T.
T.
Mr. Starry read the wrong one.
I got it. Thank you.
We just did.
Mr. Chairman, 14T in the packet is not 14T on the agenda.
That's a problem.
Okay. What is?
It's the one we already dealt with. Airfield
No,
hangar.
we didn't deal with this one.
Yeah, we did.
Is that the one
The
that's postponed?
14P.
T as in Tom.
No,
It's in our packet.
We postponed those.
Is the same as
It's not government.
As an earlier action item.
14L was. It's a reprint of 14L. At least in the packet that I got.
That's the same here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the public version that's out on the press shows 14T with the correct title on the distribution of the cash.
We now have before us item 14T, AR number 8, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving $112,816 in cash pools.
Waive reading.
This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I can't vote for this. I mean, we don't have the document in front of us, and I mean, what happened, it appears, is 14L was AO 2013-8. 14T is AR 2013-8, but somehow we ended up with the AO printed in both places. And not to be a stickler, but it's appropriate for us to at least review the document that we're approving.
Postpone.
So if we could postpone this for a couple of weeks, if it wouldn't cause any particular harm to my friends in Eagle River, I would feel much better.
If you would postpone it, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Yes.
I want to move my seat.
Mr. Flynn, is that a motion to postpone?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to postpone this for our next meeting on February 12th, please. No offense intended. I just want to make sure we have the right one.
Okay, and I've got a second. I do. Anyone to speak on this? Ms. Sosiander.
Chief Bashu, is there an immediate problem with waiting into our next meeting on this? Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, please vote. Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch? Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. We have now before us item 14U, AR number 9, a resolution municipality of Anchorage appropriating $250,000 of federal.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Did we postpone the Chugiak one too?
Ms. Osiander? That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn and I are having a difference of understanding. Did we postpone I'm trying to figure out exactly which one was postponed. The Merrill Field one or the Chugiak one?
That was exactly the problem, Ms. Osiander.
I just want to be clear which one
Yep.
was postponed,
We did-
Mr. Chairman.
It was the, yeah,
8?
AR 8.
All right, and so AR 7 was passed?
Passed.
All right.
No. No.
Okay, that's what I need clarified, folks. What did we postpone?
We postponed indefinitely 14S and postponed 14T for 2 weeks.
Right.
Right.
Ms. Osander, I might be able to help you. 14L was actually 2013A, and as titled on the agenda, 14T also lists 2013-8, but it has a different definition on our
Okay.
agenda.
What would help me most is to call it by the AR, because I consider the agenda goofed up at this point.
That's
If,
what's
if I
wrong.
may, Mr. Chairman, AR 2013-7 was postponed indefinitely. AR 2013-8 was postponed until the next meeting.
All right, so
Thank
Chief
you, Mr.
Bashir
Chairman.
really scratched his head when I asked him why he had any opinion at all about Merrill Field. Thank you. No, I got it.
We now have before us item 14U, no, we've got that one. We have before us item 14, the AR number 10, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $450,000 of prior year's expense
Waive
recoverment.
reading.
Thank you. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body
Move
for
to
action.
approve.
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14W, AR number 12, a resolution approving amendment to the existing contract with outside counsel, Seaforth.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, this item is before the body for action.
You can call for an executive session.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Trombley?
I may not be able to ask this in public, but have we determined who the legal action is going to be against? Or do we have to have an executive session for that?
Yes.
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, an executive session would be appropriate if you want us to tell you who, but yes, we have determined who.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I just want to ask, as far as this is coming out of our capital improvement program and funding the operating fund. And does this affect at all first of all, are the funds available, and does this affect at all our commercial papers?
Through the chair, the funding source is operating money that was appropriated to capital last year that we are now appropriating back into operations for 2013. These legal expenses are expensed, and so as a result, our net income will go down. In regard to our commercial paper program, our covenants indicate that our operating revenues must cover our operating expenses. We've been evaluating this quite closely because in addition to having this hit on our operating expense statement, we will additionally be expensing commercial paper costs that were previously capitalized. So to make it short, we are very close in terms of, we are very tight on meeting our covenant in regard to the commercial paper program. We are finalizing the estimate for 2013, and I will be discussing this situation with the mayor. I have a meeting set up with him next week to see if there are other actions we can take to reduce the impact.
So we will see the results in our first quarter budget revisions, number one. And number two, probably as an enterprise committee, we might want to be at least be appraised of this situation so we understand it. And I might be asking for a committee meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any problem approving this because you have an executive session, so we could just figure out who we're suing.
The body has the motion to make, and we've got the votes. We can go into an executive session, but I do need a motion for that.
Mr. Chairman, move to go to executive session for an item that may affect, well, it's an item that affects the financial stability of the city. It's a
Second.
lawsuit.
Okay. Please vote. Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. The body's going to move into an executive session.
I move, yeah. Move to approve.
I think we need to make a motion related to the executive session first.
No, we don't need, it's in code.
Are you on the microphone, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. This item 14W is before us for action. Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Birch.
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That motion carries 10-1. We now have before us items 13A and 13B. Title 21 is now open for public testimony. Madam Clerk, you had some names that we carried over from the last meeting.
Please come up if your name is called, and you don't have to wait in order. The first person that gets to the mic will testify first. And I'm only going to call the names once. We'll go through the list, and if we have time, we'll go back. Hugh Brown, Lynette Moreno-Hines, Stephen Haycox, Harry Crawford, Deborah Williams, Cooper Carr Anata.
That's good. Come up, Mr. Crawford. Good evening.
Good evening.
You hold on to the bottom of that base. There you go.
Okay. I was in here the other night for the Transportation Commission meeting. Good evening. My name is Lynette Moreno-Hines, and I've lived here for about 43 years. I've come here to testify on Title 21. I was 11 years old when we came here from Southeastern, and as a cab driver for 34 years, I've seen a lot of changes here under different directions. The 2020 plan, I see it mostly as a good thing. I don't think that somebody that, that designs buildings and everything else, that they should have the total control of the city. That's wrong. Me as a cab driver, if I had total control of the city, or another cab driver had total control, you would see a lot more changes here, not for the good, I don't think, because it's human temptation. But anyway, what I was going to say was that I think that people that come here to Alaska, come here to Anchorage, that they see the different variety that we have here. And that is in the trees, that's in the water, that's in the mountains, that's in the animals, that's in our planning of the city. And they look at it because they know that they're in a different land. I, as Alaska Native, know that this is progress. And I think that you have to be very careful what you leave to your generations to come. So I would really like you to consider that there's some people that their yards are not so tailored. And that includes my yard. I want to be honest with you. I have a lot of junk. My husband loves junk. And I've been trying to get him to clean it up. And if you really, really care for the residents in the city, you'll take some of that into consideration. We are Alaskans. Thank you for letting me speak. And I don't want to go to North Dakota to work in the escort service with the strippers, because I don't think that's the right direction with the fracking. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
No, I just wanted to let you know, I've tried to call you back a couple times, but your answering machine's full.
Okay, my phone is charged now. Thank you.
Thank you. There appears to be no other questions.
Mr. Crawford?
Good evening. My name is Harry Crawford. I live in the east side of town at Chugach Foothills. And like you, I've spent quite a few years now trying to make Anchorage and Alaska the best place to live, work, and raise a family that I can. So those folks that were doing the advisory committees and all working on the 2020 plan for the last 10 years, I think we're also trying to do the best they could to make this a great place to live. And I can tell you that when I was sitting here last week, there was one of my neighbors that talked about our neighborhood as opposed to the neighborhood that's just to the north of us. We have curbs and gutters and wider streets, and our property values are going up. The neighborhood just to the north of us don't have curbs, gutters. They have narrow streets that are unpaved. Their property values are going down. I blame the developer that developed that subdivision in the beginning, because that most probably is going to be a blighted neighborhood forever. We have to make the proper amenities when we build these places. It not only helps property values, but it helps safety as well. I know that most of you folks remember when my wife was hit walking down a street in Turnagain there, because they had no sidewalks and she had to walk in the road. She was hit by a drunk driver. Certainly that was his fault. But it was also somewhat the fault of the fact that she was having to walk in the road. It's up to you folks. You're the ones that are going to vote on our future. It's not just right now. It's not just making a profit today. It's generations to come. So it's up to you, and I appreciate the chance to speak.
Mr. Crawford. Ms. Osiander?
Mr. Crawford, the version that's before us does call for sidewalks in your neighborhood on both sides of the street. What will happen, though, is it will come in with new development, and also if we get state grants that will help us fund it. We don't have a mechanism for the holes in the sidewalk process right now because we don't have funding for it. But this absolutely would call for sidewalks on both sides of the streets in your neighborhood.
I'm not talking about just sidewalks in just my neighborhood.
Okay.
I'm talking about the tone of the whole process. But anywhere from the setbacks from streams onto sidewalks in areas all across the city or across the municipality. There's a lot in here that's being cut back from what people spent a lot of time trying to get into the plan. So
Okay, it helped later on if you find out specifics that you might want to zero in on. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. The only place that it doesn't require sidewalks on both sides of the streets are in rural areas with R6, R7, R8, R9, and then it would be on one side of the street, or in some instances in some industrial properties it would be on one side instead of both.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Polly Carr, Mike Rapana, Nordica Friedrich, William Weatherby, William Topple, Evan Cutter. Paul Brown, Brian Silva, Tom Leeden.
Good evening.
I'm a prime example of 2020. I got all kinds of property, business, residential, commercial.
We need you to introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Tom Layden, and I came up here in 1982 out of New York City, and I took a bus up here, and it was kind of a shocker to me when I got here. No paved roads. The Pines was the hottest club in town, I guess, and I'm used to growing up in the city with sidewalks and streets and everything like that. But I thought I was just going to be here for a short time. It was construction. My dad was up here. But fortunately for me, that I was able to stay with my dad till I could get on my feet. But the most important thing to me at the time was affordable housing. That was the most important thing. These regulations that they got going on right now is, I've got 4 kids in college, and are they going to be able to live here in 5 to 10 years? Are they going to be able to afford a house or a multifamily house? I mean, everything's priced so high right now, and I beg to differ that these interest rates are low, but they're definitely not going to stay low forever. And what's going to happen when my child wants to buy a single-family house in any area, whether it's, Mountain View, Midtown, on the hillside, are they going to be able to afford it? You got these property taxes that are just way out of control. I'm all for a sales tax. It's like, I'm to the point, I think I want to move out of, Anchorage also. I'm thinking this is not the place to be no more. I mean, I got my daughter, she's getting ready to graduate in May, and she says, I don't want to live in Anchorage no more. And she's a college student, got a business degree, and my other daughter, she's graduating in May also. And what am I leaving to my children? Everybody talks about sidewalks. I didn't come here for sidewalks. I came here for an opportunity to make a living for my family. I never thought that I would stay here. I met my wife, and we had children, and they went to schools, and they got educated, and they're going to college, and now they got to go on with their life. I mean, to throw this down my throat and tell me what I can and can't do. I mean, I've been, putting up with for the last 10 years, because I've owned property in Anchorage for 20 years or more, and it took the cake today. I went to the municipality today, and I have a B3 piece of property that they gave me $1,800 in fines, $300 a day, because I got 7 cars parked on the property, which is allowable. But I said, well, I need to get these fines figured out and try to work with the municipality, but it didn't work my way. So I go down there, I said, well, okay, I want to get a permit. And I want to get this figured out so that I can, become in compliance with the municipality. So they gave me this little cheat sheet. And I say, well, is there somebody that can walk me through this today, that I can go get this right away? They said no. I said, well, can I do this tomorrow? Is it something that I could do myself? And she said, well, you got to do all these things, lot description. Let me get my glasses on. Oh, I mean, just pages and stuff that she just X'd out for me. And she said, well, why don't you have to hire an architect? I'm like, well, isn't that what you do to help me get this figured out? Isn't that what, as a property taxpayer, this is what I pay you to do? To help me with my situation? I mean, there's no responsibility for those people down there, in my opinion, for what I'm trying to do and accomplish. That's just one thing. I have another property, AWW.
I'm going to need you to summarize.
Okay, I got another property. They want to charge me an extra $50,000 per section to run water across it when I don't need it because my neighbor has the same situation as I have with the water. We're both dog-legged in. But they want me to run it all the way across my lot line so I connect to their property, which they're not even connected yet. And it's just money, money, money. This is not about 2020. It's just about money, in my opinion.
Ms. Osiander?
Sir, the first instance that you were describing, is it because you got a code violation?
The municipality is very unfair, in my opinion. I've dealt with them many, many times, and
I understand that.
I think Mr. Sullivan's doing a great job, with changes, but I think we need more changes, in my opinion.
What I want to know is what you were trying to do when you got that letter with all the XXX.
I was trying to fast track a permit to get it so that I am in compliance with the municipality, but she's telling me, well, it'll take you a while to do it.
Is it a building permit you're trying to get?
I was just trying to get. I have a B3 property that I can't even park my cars on, that I pay property taxes on for the last so many years. And they're telling me, well, I need to go get it paved. I got to get a landscape plan. I got to maybe curb and gutter. I mean, it just went on and on and on. I said, well, this is an allowable use in that district. I can park cars on B3. But they're telling me, no, you have to get all these things done. You might have to pave it. It depends what you want to do. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I own property and I can't even do what I want to do with it. And that it says I can do with it. And they just say they want more and more and more. It's ridiculous. I mean, It's out of control in my opinion, and there needs to be some changes, and somebody needs to be accountable for all these changes. And what you guys are trying to say who made Anchorage in the last 30 years? Entrepreneurs, builders, not people that are set into retirement that don't care about it. They just want to live in this Cinderella house, if they want one window or 20 windows and they can afford it, put it in. If they want a sidewalk and they want to pay for it, fine. If they want to just say, hey, why don't the municipality say, you want to do a snow removal site, no permits, we'll help you out with it, no permits for sidewalks. Why can't the community say, we want to help the property taxpayer? If they want to beautify their property, give them a discount on the property taxes. I'm sure it would be a lot more improvements in Anchorage.
Thank you. We have no other questions.
Thank you.
Ryan Silva, Paul Brown.
My name is Paul Brown. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. When I first came to Anchorage about 45 years ago, this was a pretty dusty town on the edge of, just about the edge of nowhere. And there weren't a lot of amenities. And when I started coming back here 7 or 8 years ago, I was amazed with the tremendous changes and how Anchorage has become, through its network of bike trails, its public facilities, its diversity of restaurants and things to do, a city that is in many ways a modern city and a city looking at the future. I've had the opportunity to travel a fair amount in this country and abroad, and one of my interests is cities, past, present, and future. So I think about these things. When I came back several years ago, I didn't have a car at first, and I got around Anchorage on the bus system, and I walked a lot. When I wasn't here, I was in Brooklyn, New York, where you can walk a lot, and you do walk a lot, and it actually turns out to be healthy. But one of the things that troubled me when I came back to Anchorage was how unsafe it was to walk so much of the time because there weren't places to walk, especially in the winter. So I am hopeful that as this body takes into consideration the views of developers and economics, that everything possible is done to encourage or maybe even demand the maximum number of sidewalks possible. It may be a little bit of an upfront cost, but think about it also in terms of how it will eliminate people having to use cars in some instances, get a little more exercise, which of course is in the interest of public health. If we make a little bit of an investment now, I for one am very thrilled by what I hear from the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation about Anchorage having ambitions of being America's most best city to live, work, and play in 2025, and there's a plan. And this is very exciting. But the city has to work for everyone, and everyone who lives here, and we're now 300,000 plus. So the second thing I'd ask you to think about is the setbacks on building from streams. 50 feet is not a long way back. In September, we had very, very heavy rains, as many people know, and there's the chance of the creeks that we have flooding. There's also greater opportunity for pollution of our waterways when you build too close to those streams. So I'm a little bit concerned at 25 feet, which I hear is what's proposed, because that's awfully close.
I have some questions for you. Mr. Horniman?
Do you, can you summarize basically, did you have another point you want to make? Because I had a real quick question.
Yeah, last point, and that is that I'm always happy to hear at northern latitudes that the city considers restricting the heights of buildings because of the shadows that fall. I think this goes all the way back to architects like Ed Crittenden 40 years ago cautioning us about tall buildings that cast shadows. And when you cast a shadow, you're casting a shadow on somebody else's property or somebody else's house, and that's not good for them. So those are the points that I'd like to make. Thank you very much.
A quick question. You said that when you left Anchorage and come back, you mind me asking what part of did you go to Lower 48 or outside of Anchorage, or?
I was back in Brooklyn, New York.
So you experienced other layouts and developments as they've occurred differently?
Yes, for good and bad. But, I've had the opportunity, as I said, to travel a fair amount in both the United States and in Europe particularly.
Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Appreciate you coming down. I have a question for you. You said you've traveled a lot. You're in New York, Brooklyn. We talk about height restrictions. What if New York City had a height restriction on their buildings?
Excuse me?
What's your feeling because New York City obviously has huge high rises, and we talk about height restrictions here. We talk about sidewalks on both sides of the street. Now, granted, New York gets very cold, gets snow, but they don't have height restrictions.
Well,
and so
New York's a very big place. Manhattan is kind of exciting to look at with great big tall buildings, but those great big tall buildings create wind tunnels that are pretty dangerous. When you move to Brooklyn, the height restrictions are greater, are much, there are height restrictions, and it's a lot more friendly to the person walking, and the open spaces are greater as a result of it. So I'm not saying that the same restrictions should apply for downtown and midtown commercial as on the edges of those when you get close to residential.
Okay. One other question I have for you is about stream setbacks. There's a lot of talk about the stream setbacks, and in the version that we have, there's two aspects of the stream setbacks. It's 25 feet from the highest water mark, so it's actually further than 25 feet from the existing stream, or 50 feet, whatever this body decides to pass. And there's some current concern about that, whether it's pollutants into the stream or damage to the stream. But yet there's another section in there, and I'd like your opinion on this, is that a trail can be actually closer than 25 feet. There's certain criteria. Are you okay with a trail being closer to a stream as opposed to someone's property? Or do you think
if it's a walking and bike trail, I think so.
What's the difference?
Well, I'm not sure that I would be the best person qualified to answer that question. But I would. What comes to mind is when you are building and you are going below surface, you're disturbing the subsurface, and what that causes in terms of possible disruption to the streams and toxins is a question probably some other people would be better qualified to answer than me, but I raise it as a question.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Osiander?
Your statement was you want to put sidewalks everywhere possible. So I wanted to, I guess, drill down on that a little bit to understand better.
Well,
for example, just to hold on a second. I live on a street in Chugiak with 5 houses. We see maybe 6 or 7 cars a day. We have ditch drainage. We don't have sewers or so we're on wells. Is it, do you think, appropriate to put a sidewalk on? Okay.
I mean, I've walked in Eagle River and Chugiak in places that are quite rural, great big lots.
All right.
And no.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted just to clarify, maybe you're already aware, it's 25 foot now in current law on the setback. I didn't know if you knew that. It isn't a proposal to change from current. And the other thing is, this version does have height limitations where current doesn't in many, many districts. I didn't know if you were aware of that, sir. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trini?
Mr. Brown, quick question for you. Relative to setbacks from streams, subdivision I live in, when they platted it, what they did was there's a creek that goes through our subdivision. I don't live on it, my neighbors do. Anyway, they owned half the creek. So what I've got is neighbors on both sides of the stream that own to the middle of the creek. So how do I tell them they can't even build anything within their own yard? They paid taxes for the last 40 years on the property. So what do I tell them? You've decided they can't build there? They own to the middle of the creek. Any ideas?
You got a tough job.
Thank you. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
I have Larry Schuler in the list, but I believe he testified last week. Next is Alan Rondi and Vivian Mendenhall.
Prior to your starting, if there's anyone here that's wanting to testify and you haven't signed up, the sign-up sheet is over here next to security. So please get your name on the list. Yes, sir.
Thank you for
Thank you.
allowing me to testify. My name is Brian Silva. I want to add my voice to those in support of the spirit of Title 21. I've been listening to testimony for the past 3 meetings, and I wonder if I could add just a sort of an interpretation of what I see going on. I think that most of us who are in favor of 21 are afraid that we'll lose something that we value by some unscrupulous person or entity that will come into our neighborhood and destroy or take something away from us. And we see the language of the title as some protection from that. I'm not opposed in principle to high density or multi-use, and would like to see creative solutions to lots of the different problems that builders have. But I worry that the process could be misused and taken to my disadvantage. And I don't know how you arrange for a livable city with wonderful neighborhoods without putting in some protections for those things. Personally, I'd like to see a grocery store within walking range and transportation that ran frequently enough so that I could use it, and some other amenities. I know these are all expensive things, but we make choices and we have to live somehow with what they leave us. So thanks for doing a good job.
Thank you.
Alan Rondi, Vivian Mendenhall, Mike Kenny, Chris Duncan, Joanna Urick.
Hi, good evening. My name's Alan Rodia, and I'm an architect. I've been architecting for 27 years, some on the East Coast in the Baltimore, Washington area, and 17 years with my own firm here. I've been architecting since '92 in Alaska. And as such, I've worked with Title 21 and most of the members of the building department, several administrations, and I'd like to applaud you on the work that you have done, and it's a tremendous task. Some of the things that I have some specifics that I'd like to talk about, one of which is in the requirement for landscaping, and I'd like to, in section C2 under 2107-080, it says, except for lots where there's a single principal structure containing between 1 and 4 dwelling units, all development shall have a landscape plan prepared by a licensed landscape architect required by the state of Alaska, or registered by the state of Alaska. And what I'd like to do is see if it's possible to add that an architect can go ahead and do those site plans as well as a landscape architect. We've been doing those site plans for years and years in the state of Alaska, and there are many times when the degree of difficulty of the landscape plan is not so great. I also worked on a master plan for East High School, at which time we realized this is a project for a landscape architect to be working on. So I'd like to draw a distinction between, as an architect, knowing when it's required to go to that degree of detail and extensive design, whether we're doing a park or whether we're doing something that warrants that degree and cost to incur that. And then the only other section where I saw it referenced was in the post-construction inspection, where you go and determine if the landscapes survive the 2 years. And I think it's reasonable to suggest that we could assess the trees as well as the landscape architect could to determine their survivability as well. So that's a simple thing. On a broader note, the thing that I see when I look at this whole process is that it seems to be come at from a planning perspective primarily, and the 2020 plan and specifically. There are a number of areas, around town that we want to develop as city centers, and they have a lot of potential for development as such. And I think a marriage between what we're trying to do here and the Department of Transportation and traffic, these things in terms of, we're trying to create these city centers and pedestrian-oriented spaces, and yet the streets aren't set up for them. I look at Eagle River and the overlay district that was set up there. And there was recently, the most recent in time test, or the test for the thing was, that's just happened, is that Walgreens that went up there. And the requirement was any new buildings need to be 20 feet of the street. Well, they found a way to defy it by putting a small building right up there on the front, put a big sea of parking in front, put the Walgreens in the back again. So how things are administered and overseen seems to be, and enforced, frankly.
I need you to summarize. I have some questions for you.
In summary, the thing I'm most concerned about is the ability to process a permit for simple projects, because there's a lot of reference to the approval authority or the agency of approval, and I don't know who that is in reading this. I don't know if it's a planning department, an urban design commission, and if it's the planning department, I would certainly hope that they find an expeditious way to take the lock off the door, put a counter in where they can friendly meet with us and go through these things. My experience with the planning department has been slow to respond and very difficult to work with.
Okay. Ms. Osiander?
We're looking at that landscape architect provision. We got a comment on that from the Associated General Contractors. And what we asked staff to do, there's apparently a state statute that enables that to occur. And staff believes that the landscape architect provision is specific, but other comment has been not, that it's wider. So basically, the intent was of the committee to do what the state statute says. So we're going to do some research on that point to let you know. So maybe we can fix that, hopefully. The Walgreens one drew a lot of attention in the community, and I've heard a lot of comments about it. Basically, though, my understanding from some real estate people is that that little side building they put in the front on the Walgreens in Eagle River, the rent it's going for a pretty high square footage rental costs, and it seems to be considered to be a pretty valuable property, and Walgreens don't object to it. They're going to lease it out, as I understand. So on that point. And then the last point, it might help you to look at Chapter 3, where we talk about what specific action you want to do, and then you can look at what agency to go to as the approving agency. Chapter 2, thanks. Erica's my fact checker.
Right, there's a lot of reference to the approval agency on there, but now typically we walk in and we speak with a plan reviewer.
Right.
Or we have a good sense in terms of going in terms of what the avenue for approval is and which agencies we need to speak with. And it seems that this has a lot of gray area, which maybe works and maybe doesn't, but it seems to me that it's going to take what we currently, when we submit a project for a permit now, the main holdup in the building department is the structural reviewers, because they've got to review calculations. This sets up a similar degree of calculation for all the menu choices and all these kinds of things. So this is definitely going to delay the process and take a lot of time to evaluate that and then go back and forth, and here's why I chose this menu thing, and I believe this is a menu choice, and you don't believe it's a menu choice, and I can see this taking a project approval and taking a lot of time to do it.
That particular topic came up regularly during the past 8 or 9 years. There was the give us specificity and clarity so that we know exactly when we put in what the rules are, and then the no, we need some flexibility here because we have different approaches that are going to satisfy you. And so our solution was kind of in the middle, which was to create these menus. I hope you're wrong. It was not the intent at all to make this longer.
The thing that bothers me is it reduces architecture to a menu of, it almost becomes architecture for dummies, if you will.
I have heard that comment before.
And I have an interesting little anecdote for you, because we did a large retail establishment about a year ago, and then when we first set out to do it, we didn't believe that it was one. We were required to comply with it, and interestingly enough, as we went through the process of having them review it, it met 90% of the requirements of the large retail establishment and all of the extra requirements that the Design Commission was looking for. So my argument is that good architecture meets what you're trying to do, and it's difficult to go back and justify all of the little things that you've done in order to create good architecture. It just takes a lot of time when it's done right.
I am sympathetic, and unfortunately, I think that sometimes we make laws because of the bad examples out there that create problems, but I hear you. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
I have 2 questions. As far as your landscape architecture, and we are, looking to see what the state, do you have some language as far as when it would be appropriate for an architect versus how do you decide that?
Well,
or could you do that in an email if you can't do it off the top of your head?
I'll think about it and respond back. But, typically it goes to the degree of complexity of the project and how much, plaza space, or a lot of the public projects that I work on definitely lend themselves to that. But on the other hand, I may work on a maintenance project for the gentleman with the B3 lot, and he wants to build a repair garage on his lot, and he's going to have a strip of landscaping around the outside of his parking area and some visual enhancement landscaping, and it's perfectly quantified in here now. I like the way that the landscape requirements have been redone. Architects have been doing this for years and years and years. And the time was, architect did everything from mechanical, electrical, and structural, the whole thing. I just don't like to see what we've been doing and what we enjoy doing, and frankly do a good job at, being taken away and said, no, only this person can do it, only.
If you have any suggestion, as far as language, I'd be interested. The other, I'm sure you spent time on design criteria for commercial. You basically commercial and public buildings?
99% commercial, institutional. We do a lot of restaurant work, multifamily housing, and it's all throughout the state of Alaska.
And we continue to have a discussion on design criteria, and through the committee process, we came. It got whittled down so it wasn't as ominous as it started out. But what is your impression of design criteria for commercial buildings? Should we have it or not?
Have you met it, or are you asking me, have you achieved what you're trying to set out to do?
Or do you feel, there's some that maybe feel that we shouldn't have any design criteria for commercial buildings?
It goes back to what Ms. Osiander was saying. If someone's competent, then you've got it covered just in hiring the person and the talent. If, on the other hand, you're trying to beat a developer who wants to do a cookie-cutter approach to something into submission, then you need the criteria to hold the toes to the fire.
So you feel that by having some design criteria for commercial buildings in code, that it's appropriate?
I feel like, I guess, based on Ms. Osiander's comment, that it's necessary. I haven't been on the review side of things looking at the work that comes in, but I can certainly drive around the neighborhood and see it. And, there are a lot of buildings out there that you wish either had never happened due to zoning or that someone had designed something different. But there are a lot of driving forces, whether they be economical or which is primarily typically the case, or lack of a zoning requirement, or this is going to take care of some of them. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trini.
So you said you've been practicing here for the last 17 years. Has the planning department got any easier or harder in the last 4 or 5 years? Or the same as they always have been?
I would say it's just gotten less accessible. The difficulty is in, I like the way the rest of the planning department is set up, and I've been working here since '92. So I know 90% of the people that are in the building department and have worked in there and seen them change jobs and whatnot and worked with them. The inaccessibility of the planning department is a major issue for me for when we're trying to go through this process and have the modifications and bring Anchorage to a design level that everyone's looking to achieve. Why can we not have the planners at an open desk where we can walk up and speak to someone, and oftentimes I won't get a call return for 3 days.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I hear a lot of that, so thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Mendenhall, Mike Kenny, Chris Duncan, Joanna Urick.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If you hold to the base and pull it, you can bend there.
Good evening. My name is Johanna Urick, and I've been living in Anchorage for over 30 years, almost 40. I own a place, about 10, 15 minutes walk down 36 right here in the grittiest part of Spenard. I wanted to address an issue concerning somebody who raised a question about owning a stream. I own an easement and pay taxes on a piece of land right by my house every year that I cannot develop because it's where you have utilities there. I support paying for my utilities, and I would suggest that a stream is a wonderful natural utility in a city, something that does need to be supported, something that deserves a 50-foot setback. And if 25 is what we have now, 50 is not unusual nationally. It is not a huge onus. In fact, it would protect those streams into the future, which is something I think that has inestimable value. And would actually raise the value of the property around it, I would say. Sidewalks. Ooh. I walked here tonight, and I had to walk on my road without a sidewalk. And every day I watched a gentleman who is a neighbor of mine, who's a few years older than me, but we're both up there. He unfortunately has to use a walker to walk on that same street without a sidewalk. I don't think that's right. I do not think sidewalks should be limited to the upper, wealthier people. I think they should be considered basic utilities for all communities, regardless of the economic strata of that community. Now, I do live in one of the poorest neighborhoods. I admit that. It's funky. And we do have code violations on my block. Yep, people working illegally, repairing cars, and I don't know, one day there was at least 30 cars and trucks in various pieces and parts on my neighbors. Some of my neighbors who are trying to actually have, believe it or not, a B&B in Spenard called in the code violation. I'm more of a let live and let go kind of girl, but I'm not willing to let go of the sidewalk. I think the city needs to do the work to put those in every community and demand it. Summarize. If Anchorage was a beautiful place, if this was a place that I would be proud to invite my friends to, I love this place. I think this is one of the most amazing environmental, physical places. Look up at the mountains, look at the view. But boy, the town is ugly. It looks like it was built by people who've never intended to stay. And really, we're in many generations now. We need to be building for the future so that all of us can stay and raise our grandchildren and great-grandchildren here and feel safe. Because I'm afraid that I'm going to be in that walker pretty soon.
Okay. Thank you. We have no questions. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall and members of the Assembly. My name is Vivian Mendenhall. I'm a retired wildlife biologist. I've lived in Anchorage for 30 years, and I've been participating in Title 21 workshops and testimony for the last 8 or 9 or whatever you named it. Ms. Osiander, thank you. I'll keep my comments on sections of Chapter 7 of Title 21 that are within my expertise, which is the Natural Resource Protection section. Chapter 7, Section 020. And I'm going to skim over a few things and then submit some written testimony that identifies where I'm talking about in there. A lot of the changes that have recently been proposed are okay, but a few of them could harm public interest, either inadvertently because people suggesting the changes didn't realize what the implications were on the ground, so to speak, or intentionally for the benefit of a small sector of the public, namely developers. For instance, in the sections in the wildlife management corridors, subsection D, surface improvements were originally, as far as I can tell from reading it, outside of the setbacks around streams, such as roads, trails, bridges, and so forth. And there was a change suggested that would allow those in the setbacks. As a matter of fact, and they would retain the language that said make them as friendly to wildlife as possible. As a matter of fact, surface improvements can be major barriers to wildlife. Or else the wildlife in those setbacks can endanger people, which are 2 reasons for keeping roads, driveways, and trails out of the setbacks. Fences, again, apparently were there was a change that would allow fences in the setbacks. It said, keep out permanent structures. Is a fence a permanent structure or not? But if a person puts in some temporary fencing, that equally prevents wildlife from moving through the corridor, as it would if it were in pilings set 10 feet down into the ground. The whole purpose was to create corridors and habitat sections that would keep the wildlife away from the people, in effect, and to give them a place to live rather than gradually being eliminated, as happens in most cities, because they cause conflicts with people. There was a place where it said that there should be long-term retention of natural vegetation and terrain, provide cover for wildlife, and direct movement of wildlife through the area away from centers of human activity. And the change would say keep wildlife away from residential structures or other structures occupied on a frequent basis. The purpose was not just to keep them away from buildings, but also away from roads, playgrounds, trails, and places where wildlife could come into conflict with people.
Ms. Osiander has a question.
Yes, ma'am. To start off, because Vivian has been remarkably consistent. I remember her providing testimony on these wildlife corridors my first year of my first term, and she has regularly since. So thank you, seriously. We maybe goofed up a little bit on some of the language and setbacks, because when we changed the 50 back to 25 in the draft, we didn't, I think, look carefully enough at what was allowed in the outside part of the 50 to translate it. That comment has come from Rabbit Creek Community Council too, and I've asked staff to review that to make sure that we're consistent. And I will look at the fencing, and I will look for your email, and I know you'll send it. Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you. I will say that I did submit suggestions that I believe were incorporated at a later date that improve the entire wildlife management corridor concept. It started out big, and it was reduced to a wildlife conflict prevention, which was inadequate even for that, and then it's improved again.
It's morphed several times, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
And anyway, as I mentioned, I had a number of other comments, and I would like to send an email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Kenny, Chris Duncan, Daryl Lansden, Kyle Stevens.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Duncan, and I am a social worker that specializes in housing and community development. And as you can see, I think it's a very appropriate day, having worked Project Homeless Connect all day, to come and share with you my comments about Title 21. In a previous life, I staffed the Community Council Center and was working in the Title 21 rewrite back in the early 80s. So I really appreciate the work that is involved with a major document like this. And so I think it's really fitting with this, where I am working today, that the filter that I am using these days to review different iterations of this document is certainly with I have my housing lens. And I understand that much of the testimony has been more along the lines of the aesthetic. And to me, there is nothing more aesthetically pleasing than to see a city where everyone is adequately housed. And they're not mutually exclusive. I think that we definitely can have both. Admittedly, my workload has not afforded me the opportunity to review some of the later versions, but I have to say that some of the earlier that were done with your consultants, I found disappointing from the standpoint of a clear understanding of what it takes to house what is really our more faster growing segment, and that's those that are at or below 50% of area median income. And so I think that at this critical time when you are putting your final touches, I think that we really need to look at what we have done to maximize the housing opportunities that we could put for what is truly affordable housing. For example, if an apartment is targeting seniors or persons with disabilities that are not going to require as many drivers to be accommodated, is there flexibility in there to reduce the parking spaces? So anytime you reduce costs, you create affordability in those. If a family wants to build a small little independent unit on their large lot, single-family dwelling, let's make sure that there is a path to permit that there's a process to permit that. This is happening in many communities, particularly I just came back from Southern California, and there are a lot of incentives for developing that. We think that our children are failing to launch, but it's much more complex than that. And also even older disabled children now are not finding the kinds of group homes or housing that they need, but an independent unit could help solve that particular issue so we don't have to build so many assisted housing. And particularly commercial housing. What a waste. Let's add units for that workforce. So in summary, I just ask that you say, as you look at this document, have we done everything that we could do to add residential units rather than block them?
Thank you. Mr. Trombley?
Boy, I'm sure glad you came down here.
Thanks, I'm exhausted.
No, your experience and what you do currently is great for this question. You've been involved for a long time, and with what you do now with housing is perfect. And correct me if I'm wrong, and if you didn't particularly address this, if you could now,
yeah.
Are you saying that? Let me preface this: is that one of the consistent things that I've heard from the business community, whether it's commercial or residential, specifically residential because that's what you deal with, is that the additional design standards the mandates that they're putting on this is going to drive the cost of building up. The cost of building that project is going to increase the cost, which means the rents have to be higher. You deal with housing. Is it fair to say that the additional criteria, especially in multifamily units, is actually hurting housing? And if you haven't read the document,
the latest document,
the latest document, and if you can't answer that question, the other question would be would you say that the design standards do actually increase it, making it more difficult for the people that you deal with to find housing?
I'm not qualified to answer about these latest design standards.
Sure.
When I am looking at a proposal, oftentimes I look at it also from the standpoint of even wear and tear. Is there accommodations? Because if there are going to be a lot of children living in this area, there's more sinks, everything. Is it sturdy? Is it soundproof? I'm looking at more at the functionality even about that site.
Okay.
So those are some of the things that I review, but certainly more and more requirements for certain aesthetic things certainly do add to cost, and that's why I'm saying let's find an appropriate balance.
Sure. Okay, and the other question I have for you is, being that the work you're in, you're on the front lines with this kind of stuff. What is the main reason in Anchorage that you see as to why we have a shortage of affordable housing? What is the main reason? And if you could summarize it.
No, it's very simple. Low wages, high housing costs equals homelessness. When you don't have controls to equalize, when you're not addressing either or, then that's why you have it so difficult. Housing is one of those opportunities to build wealth. Those that have are going to, if it's driven by market conditions, then it's a problem. And that's where I see we have a wonderful opportunity if we incentivize residential housing closer to workplaces that are, could be more affordable, because now you don't need the car, now you don't have those other expenses. It might be possible to house more people.
And at the same time, overall lowering the cost of building.
At the same time, lowering the cost.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Live over the shop.
Ms. Osiander.
I'm really glad you came too. I participated on the Affordable Housing Task Force, and I've really been increasingly concerned about housing availability for that population in particular, even though our vacancy rate is really low across the board. So I wanted to point out a couple of things that you may want to look at.
Good.
There's been no mention so far in testimony about accessory dwelling units.
Yeah.
And we really changed them in here.
Good.
We dramatically increased the options for people to have, or for those of you who don't pay attention, the mother-in-law apartment. Yep. No, not Mr. Look at that, please, because
I will.
There was some concern when that whole concept came to the city some years ago. There was a lot of debate and controversy about it, but it's really different in here, and nobody's mentioned it, so that's one.
Great.
The other thing that we did was there is an inducement in there where you can lower your parking requirements if your multi-housing is targeted. So and you may want to look at that.
Good.
We also spent a lot of time looking at trying to craft some kind of language specifically targeted for affordable housing, but there were several things we just frankly ran out of time for. So the staff has really committed that they want to work on a small lot ordinance, sort of a cottage housing. I've already got a copy of Seattle's ordinance, and I've looked at it, and if I were here longer, I guarantee I would work on it because I think it's critical.
Yes.
There is parts of that in here. There's a provision for narrow lots you may want to look at that would potentially help deal with that situation, but staff was really persuasive in saying that they wanted to look at that whole concept in a comprehensive way and not piecemeal it in all the places I pushed to piecemeal. But, so there's segments of it, and there really is a recognition. We had a work session, thank you, on that Affordable Housing Task Force, and I think their report was really revealing about the problems that we're going to face in this city. So I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the work. I know you've got to kind of bite the bullet and pass a document, but if you continue to work in that direction, I think that we will make great strides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Lanza, Kyle Stevens, Doug Miller, George Richardson.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mike Kenny, K-E-N-N-Y, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on these issues. Before I start, I went to a number of the planning and zoning work sessions and the assembly work sessions, and one thing that struck me was the very, very professional work that the planning staff was doing. They were exemplary. I'm proud that they're municipal employees. As Anchorage approaches 100 years, we can look back and see how it is that the largest community in Alaska has developed in a location that failed to attract inhabitants from the first people over hundreds of generations ago, or from the Russians, or from the gold rush stampeders. Anchorage came into being due to a progressive American president demanding that since private mining corporations were incapable of cooperating to build a rail transportation system from tidewater to mineral-rich interior, the federal government would finance, build, and operate what is now called the Alaska Railroad. The area around Ship Creek was designated as a construction camp, and we had ourselves a beginning. You may have noticed that Anchorage was a much-planned community. The streets were laid out in federal fashion with alphanumeric grid system. Homes were cookie-cutter, but sturdy affairs. Much praise has been given in these Title 21 comments for the livability of these old government homes and neighborhoods with their walkable sidewalks. We were definitely frontier back then. Of course, a railroad was equivalent to big oil today, and in Cap Lathrop, the rail belt had a visionary who knew how to get the job done. Much as a child grows into adolescence and young adulthood, Anchorage progressed through a world war in its attendant growth into statehood and new responsibilities. Our strength has been in the resilience and visions of Alaskans committed to the future. Our town has suffered a fair amount of criticism at our straying from the principles of good planning, but that is a byproduct of our adolescence, and longevity as a community will be determined by the wisdom we retain. The oil boom brought us headquarters for global corporate giants. The Cook Inlet and Swanson River brought us natural gas that assured low energy costs and put other Alaskan competitors at a severe disadvantage. And the earthquake, unfortunately, brought us support from Seward, through which Alaskan needs are met. We are now on the brink of major changes, some of which we have no control over. But some, like our comprehensive plan, we can choose our path. This is the 21st century, and things are very different. One path is to continue to blindly develop our do business. The other is to open our eyes and invest in the future. If I may sum up.
Please.
We have a competitive edge like none other, and that is our unbelievable location, but that will not be enough. A city looking for the edge will invest in world-class education. It will not allow tall buildings to take away sun from residents. A city looking for the edge will build green and encourage healthy living. It will not allow a sidewalk on only one side of the street, or whatever loophole produces the next site condo ugliness. Anchorage 2020 is a solid first step, but it will die a borning if it is not implemented. That is why we comment. That is why we ask you to adopt the version of Title 21 that came from the people after years of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
And Mike, just thanks for bringing us back a little bit. Sometimes in this fast-moving world we live in, you kind of lose track of how we started. And looking back in history of Anchorage, and as we come to the millennium that we're going to celebrate, You know, it is interesting. I don't know where we took the turn. I haven't done the research to find out. Maybe Debbie can tell me, or someone from planning. You know, when having alley access and sidewalks stopped becoming the norm or the requirement. Maybe it was because we were growing so fast we needed housing and it just wasn't placed as a higher priority. I don't know. I do own houses with some with and some without, and I can tell you that I much prefer the size and the newness of the house that I own now, which has got no sidewalks or alley access, and yet I appreciate and maintain for my future and old age the single story with alley access and the sidewalks. It is much more livable and safe. And so I just want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. And there are going to have to be some amendments, there's no doubt. Things change. So it's my hope that we've done a real good job, and I just have to laud the committee that's worked on it when the provisionally adopted. I know that there's been some changes since then that are kind of setting wrong with people, but we're looking at those.
We're in a position where we can't compete with the Mat-Su Valley with light industrial. They have all the land. We're running out of land. We've been trying to bring Mat-Su to us by the trainful, but that can only go so far. So we really do have some planning to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else whose names the clerk has called that's waiting?
Daryl Lanza, Kyle Stevens, Doug Miller, George Richardson.
My name is Doug Miller. With regard to the aesthetic aspects of the plan, we've accepted that there are some things that are more aesthetically pleasing than others, and I'm very glad to hear that there's a lot of detailed work being done by the staff and other people on the assembly. With regard to things that are less aesthetically pleasing, for the sake of brevity, I'll just call those things ugly. And I saw a justification offered by a member of the commission in the paper a few months ago, and the justification ran like this. First, the things we're talking about are not that ugly, and second, to make things cheap, they have to be ugly. And that just cannot be the case. There is a way to make things that are aesthetically pleasing that are still cheap. So I know you know how to do this, so please do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for George Richardson, Daryl Lanza, and Kyle Stevens.
Somebody just handed me this. It's interesting. My name is Daryl Lanzon with an N on the end of that. It's pretty interesting. It's asking for more time for the public to read this. I'm pretty sure. First, hi everybody. How you doing? First, through the chair, I'm pretty sure that not all of you have read every single word of it. I think before you vote on something, you owe it to me and everybody else in this room and people not in this room to read the entire document. This is not a Nancy Pelosi. You need to pass it in order to see what's in it. I would like to thank the mayor for getting us out of ICLEI. Does anybody know what ICLEI is through the chair? Do you guys remember being involved in ICLEI? ICLEI stands for the International Council. That means it's out of this country. It's international, not part of America. The International Council on, ready? Local environmental initiatives. That's what this is. The people that are for this can deny it all they want, and I can sit down and show you exactly where it comes from. It comes down from the United Nations. It is Agenda 21. That's what this is. I have actually 2 resolutions that I've put together. I didn't exactly write them. I put them together when I was a delegate at the Alaska Republican Party State Convention. One of them passed. It was the only one I tried to pass, and I would like to submit it and or read it to you, depending on if you cut me off or not. There's a couple other things. I heard tonight that a stream is a utility, as well as a sidewalk. Now, I'm pretty sure that you need to have hydroelectric something going on in order for a stream to be a utility. That's asinine, okay? The other thing that's really struck me as crazy about this, when I was this big, My mom told me, look both ways before crossing the street. Be careful when you walk on the street. I don't know if that has fallen on deaf ears in this state or this population here, but I walked here over 2 miles. I walk everywhere. I don't want to put me walking on Mr. Trombley or me choosing to walk on Ms. Frasca. It's my decision. So therefore, being a person that I am with a low carbon footprint, I do it because I choose to. I am actually an environmentalist, if you can believe that. I believe in recycling. I believe in taking care of yourself and being responsible for yourself. But legislating how many windows somebody can put on the south side wall of their home is a bit much. What comes down from this Agenda 21 is a complete and utter totalitarian state. I challenge you right now, any of you, anybody in here, Google Agenda 21 map, and you see what comes up. And you see if it comes from some kind of conspiracy website or if it comes straight out of the United Nations. Most of this state, under this plan, is off limits to people because they consider people and humankind to be a parasite upon the earth. The fancy words like sustainable development, smart growth, resilient cities, they're all pretty words that are designed to paint a different picture than what this is. This is coming down from elsewhere out of this place to tell us how we should live. And the beauty thing, I come from Detroit. It's a dump. But guess what? If you look at Detroit through the right eyes, you see a lot of beauty there. And this is a beautiful city too. No doubt about it.
Thank you.
Briefly address something else, because we do live in this northern climate. I've heard people talk about heights of buildings and the sunlight. And I'm not sure if these people realize that the sun set before 5 o'clock today, and that sunlight, and that is a kind of a really strange issue for a place that has 19 hours plus during the summer and 5 during the winter. So I would love for someone to explain me the logic behind that. Now, am I able to read these, or?
No, sir, you're out of time.
Okay, I should have wore a tie, then I would have got more time.
Actually, you've had as much as we've given most.
I waited for
Thank
15 hours for 3 minutes, sir. I come here consistently.
I appreciate
because I
that.
care.
Thank you.
All right? And I'm guessing again that no one has the balls to ask me a question.
I don't see anyone in the queue.
Didn't think so.
Last call for Kyle Stevens.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Kyle Stevens. I currently live in the community of Government Hill, but I've lived all over Anchorage area for the last 26 years. It's a wonderful city. I love it. I'm here for the second time after waiting 5 hours last time, not getting a chance to speak. I understand. So I figured I'd be remiss of my civic duty if I did not come back after waiting that long and say what I had to say. So with that being said, I'm asking that the Assembly approve the provisionally adopted plan, especially where the stream setbacks are concerned. I feel that you can't, in good conscience, not approve it. Doing your part to the amount of testimony that you've heard from the citizens of Anchorage, and due in part to the fact that in the same ordinance, there's a provision thanking the Anchorage Soil and Water Conservation for helping with the flooding on Peters Creek. And then there's Title 21 with no change to the stream setbacks. I just don't see how we could, on one hand, recognize a past flooding issue and not take steps to keep a similar issue from affecting home and property owners in the future. To be fair, I'm also asking the Assembly to change the wording so as to only apply to building plans and zoning concerns filed after 21 passes to grandfather in existing buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time waiting. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
This is the fourth and last call for George Richardson. That is it, Mr. Chair. We have gone through all the lists, and the minutes clerk does not have any more other names.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I've got. Lisa, are there other names over there on the list?
Cheryl Richardson, please.
Your handwriting can't be as bad as mine. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, folks. I'm Cheryl Richardson, and appreciate your sitting through these long evenings with us. I'm one of the folks who started in the mid-'80s as well, and let me see if I can find my notes. Oh, good heavens, I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared right now. Here we go. I'm here to assure you that the last 2 years have been very different from the first 8 of review on Title 21. The biggest difference is that staff worked in cooperation with the Planning and Zoning Commission. They worked hand in hand. Staff was asked to present information, and all the people, and there were decent-sized crowds, in these chambers learned from the visual and auditory presentations. We went then from there into the Title 21 committee, and there were some presentations that first time around. There was a lot of give and take. The developers were there, a few citizens were there, more developers than citizens, but that's life in the big city. And I do remember time after time when a developer would say it's going to cost too much, things would stop. There'd be an adjustment, try to attempt to change the language, make it work better, and then we'd move on. I was able to talk about health. I was able to talk about quality of life in that room. There was give and take, and compromises were made at almost every level. Then, of course, in 2010, the consultant took it behind closed doors. Not a pretty time for any of us. When the consultant came back with his report, right on page 2, right off the jump, we're calling height limitations Stalinist, just no doubt about it, and said that staff controlled this document. This is a staff-controlled document. There was no mention of how Anchorage 2020 guided the document and public opinion, and that's what they were representing all this time. It was very upsetting to attend the next set of meetings. Planning and Zoning Commission admired the consultant's work and used it as their template for their product. Mr. Consultant had a seat at the table, but the citizens did not. He was invited to speak. We were not. I believe that a similar pattern held forth in the Title 21 committee. The developers were right there, Planning and Zoning Commission, and the citizens simply did not have nearly as much voice. And the second time around, health and public quality of life were not as predominant. It was all cost all the time. Finally, this winter, the documents did not come out chapter by chapter the way they had the first time. And so it's been very difficult to find out what's even in the documents. We're working on it, but we still don't know. I do have specific comments to make on changes we could advise. I can run through those in about 60 seconds.
I will give you that time.
Okay, thanks. I'll be very quick. When it comes to costs, they're all identified in the economic impact assessment. That was a brilliant little piece of work. It's online. There are hard copies. And you can find out the unit cost of pavement or a tree or an apartment. Heights in Midtown. Really the solution there is to limit shadowing on residential lots between March and September for 6 hours during the middle of the day. It's a beginning. It's not an answer, but it's a beginning. B1A Heights, that's our little local businesses. You heard about South Addition, Fire Island Bakery. It's a problem. It can go way above the homes in the neighborhoods right now. And those are the kinds of surprises that we're anxious to find before you get too much further along. There are small lot provisions that I find very threatening, since I live in a place where my neighbor could put a house up where we have a 1950s neighborhood, and it could go right up and block my western sun. Mixed-use districts really need to be restored. The last thing I'll say is that this last process has not recognized the need for compact mixed-use development. It's allowed to scatter throughout the community, and it's a huge problem. It just simply strips the mixed-use
Thank you.
product.
Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Richardson, how long were you involved in the process?
Oh, gosh, I think it started in '86, and we did public process then. We did visioning with
The 2020
2020 plan, yeah. And then this one was, 2001? No, through 2002, I think we started on.
And you recognize that, of course, during that time frame, some things may have changed that necessitate a little amendments. I mean,
Some things may have changed.
that requires us to make amendments to the ordinance. I mean, there's no ordinance that necessarily gets locked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But we had it 90% to go in 2010, in the late 2010. And there were technical amendments to pull it back together, but I'll stand by that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move to close the public hearing on this item except for limited purpose of allowing those people who own I-1 and I-2 and I-3 property to speak to the proposed changes in allowed uses in I-2 and I-3 zoning districts.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Johnson, thank you for your motion, but I'd like a little more of an explanation as to why you're going to continue the public hearing for those specific members of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We've been our municipal attorney has
Would you like Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman.
It's after 9. I'm gone.
Mr. Wheeler.
Mr. Chairman, the question was posed to us as to whether or not substantial changes to a zoning district was the equivalent of a rezone map amendment. Our research indicates that some courts have ruled that if you change the uses allowed in a district enough, even though you don't change the district name, that is very much akin to a rezone, and for that purpose, we wanted to provide the equivalent notice that a zoning map amendment would get, and that is something in the order of 21 days, and it's very specific notice mailed to the property owners. We did that for those property owners in I-2 and I-3 because of the substantial changes, and that time period and the notice that we provided was set for February 12th.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, some of the people who got those letters are very confused because they hadn't followed what's going on and they don't know what the anticipated changes are. So one of the things that I'm hoping to do is to make available charts at the counter for people to see what's being proposed to be allowed in I-1 and in I-2 and I-3. And then I know that Ms. Johnston is working on some amendments for that, and I've asked her please to try to get that up too, so that people can actually have something visual to see if they come forward. So those people apparently are supposed to notify the clerk, so we should have names and idea of folks soon. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. Is there any objection to Ms. Johnston's motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I probably should amend it because I didn't have the date of February 12th.
Second.
It's second, okay. Any objection? Hearing none, this public testimony is closed except for the exception. What I do want to share with the public, though, is you can still continue to make contact with the clerk's office through emails, and we're accepting those through the 12th of February. And the only reason we're at that point is we have to have time for it to go through staff to make sure that we get it in the right section, chapter, and verse to make sure that and then we have to put it through legal. So if you've got them, we encourage you to try to get those submitted to the clerk's office by the 12th of February. With that, I'm going to now bring before us item 14P. Oh, Ms. Osiander.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add on to that I am really appreciating some of the specific amendment emails that I'm getting, And I really have been spending time on those, and there's been some really good suggestions. So I'm anticipating a fairly comprehensive amendment sheet that I'm going to present to the committee to look at, and then potentially an omnibus an omnibus amendment that is fairly comprehensive on some of the specific details. So don't stop looking at it, folks, and I do appreciate specific input.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who weren't here earlier in the evening, I believe Ms. Osiander announced that there was going to be a work session on to go over the amendments for 2 hours. I don't remember the date.
February 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
10 to 12. Thank you. 12 to 2. Stand corrected. I've got 2 items that we're going to introduce for public testimony. These are going to be postponed, but we posted it for public testimony, so we will give opportunity if anyone is here. We have before us item 14P, AO number 11, which is an ordinance adopting the Government Hill Neighborhood Plan. Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, this test will be continued.
I move to postpone the public hearing. Continue the public hearing until February 12th.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, that will be continued. And we have before us 14Q for public testimony, which is AO number 12, an ordinance adopting the...
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none.
I move to continue the public hearing on this item until February 12th.
Any objection? Hearing none. We now have before us no special orders, no unfinished business. Audience participation. Anyone to speak? Anyone at all?
Wake up. I know you are now. My name is still Darrell Anzon. I'm still a concerned citizen. The people that are for this thing created a Facebook page, and I'm kind of addressing them too. I posted this on their Facebook page. Define livable. Oh, and it needs to have an E to make you look smarter. It makes you look smarter when you spell correctly. I would seriously like an official definition of what livable, publicly, community, sustainable development are. These are the words that they're using that they will not and cannot define. Because I'm pretty sure that all of you can live in Anchorage. You do live in Anchorage. So this is a livable city. And this is what I'm doing, is pointing out the play on words here. Okay, now I'm going to skip over to one of my resolutions, and I'm just going to read it. Though, like I said, I wrote this as a delegate to the Republican Party, so it does say that in there. And mind you, there's 139,000 Republicans that passed this amendment at their state convention. So if you want to talk about people that are behind these kind of things, here's what was approved unanimously when I read it. Whereas the Alaska Republican Party recognizes the pillars of freedom are life and liberty and property. As such, we seek to identify those candidates that understand and support the same noble characteristics of our great nation, and that is the combination of these truths that makes America exceptional. Whereas some little-known facts about the comprehensive land use planning known as Agenda 21 include but are not limited to the following. The United Nations Agenda 21 was revealed at the World Rio Earth Summit in 1992. Agenda 21 was signed into soft law in 1992 and requires only administrative approval and not legislative approval. The UN Agenda 21 was granted administrative approval when President Clinton, through Executive Order 12852, created the President's Council on Sustainable Development. The President's Council on Sustainable Development was created as a domestic plan known as Sustainable America. Executive Order 13575 establishing the White House Rural Council, the most aggressive agencies and departments in the U.S. All-inclusive councils represent the very agencies and departments most dedicated to forcing subjugation of the U.S. to the United Nations control. Other official non-governmental organizations known as NGOs are certified through the UN based on their compliance and willingness to institute UN policies like Agenda 21, Wildlands projects. Examples of NGOs include, but are not limited to, the Sierra Club, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, America Planning and Association, and ICLEI, the Local Governments for Sustainability, formerly known as what I had repeated before, the International Council on Local and Environmental Initiatives. GATT, NAFTA, and other free trade agreements also contain components and derivatives of Agenda 21. I have about this many more lines.
Quickly.
I'm reading pretty quickly if you didn't notice. Income redistribution as forms of economic justice is a tool used by Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is anti-property rights. The terms sustainable development, smart growth, comprehensive land use plan, and sustainable agriculture are domestic equivalents of Agenda 21. The Global Biodiversity Assessment Report identifies private property ownership. Let me repeat this because this is important. The Global Biodiversity Assessment Report identifies private property ownership, single-family homes, and traditional agriculture and consumerism as unsustainable. Therefore, be it resolved, I'll skip that part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Somebody left a pen up here.
Lynette Moreno-Hins, thank you for listening to me. I have a comment, the president of the Anchorage Cab Drivers Association, and I drive a handicap van. It has a manual lift in the back, and we had a Transportation Commission meeting just last night, and the Transportation Commission, Transportation Inspector Eric Muser and the board, they were literally going after the people that drive the handicap vans, saying that they have a lot of complaints about that service. It's a complete workout, the van that I put the handicapped people into, and it's a small one, but it's very gas efficient. I worked for the Unilift, and then it became the Anchor Rides. Well, they're trying to say that they're thinking about doing away with the taxi cab handicap vehicles, but they didn't have the public involved in their meetings. They didn't advertise it, and I'd like to see the assembly open it up to the Anchorage public that are disabled. And it not only includes the handicap, but it also includes people with walkers and canes, etc. It's a very vital service. And they choose to ride a cab because the Anchor Rides, I worked for them as a dispatcher and a driver. You have to sign up 24 hours in advance to ride. And sometimes you ride with a lot of people. So, also, I can't do the Medicaid vouchers at this point because the permit is going through a court thing, not me, and I feel that I'm being discriminated against because I have handled Medicaid vouchers for the last 24, 25 years that they came out, and I'm losing money on it. From the airport and from the Native Hospital and from the Golden Lion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you for this opportunity.
Good evening.
I did speak last week, but I guess I can have a second chance here. So there were some questions asked.
We need your name, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Larry Schuler. A couple of times I heard the question, what do I tell my constituents who ask me about projects that don't pencil out? Sometimes projects should not pencil out. Sometimes projects are not good for Anchorage. And it's not just if you can afford to live in Anchorage, it's if you have a town you want to live in. As a developer, I could make a profit by building a slum, or as an absentee landlord, or I could make my profit by building a neighborhood. 2 weeks ago, a gentleman from Virginia made that point far better than I can, with stronger testimony that I can provide. They did that with the willing cooperation of developers, governments, and the citizenry. Proved that could be done. Surely Alaskans can do as well, or better. Anchorage stood at a crossroads when the 2020 plan was developed and adopted. Now we have 2 drafts of Title 21. The one that is more true to the 2020 plan is the one the citizens of Anchorage want. Developers and builders who oppose that, we neither need nor want in our great land. It takes courage to speak truth to power. As Assembly members, it falls on each and all of you to do that on behalf of your constituents and the people who live here. A little addendum I had about streams. There's a substantial difference between a structure and a trail to a nearby stream.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Hey, my name's Tom. Hey, I just wanted to real quickly touch that I-1, I-2 thing real quick. I mean, I'm not going to be here on the 12th, but actually I own I-1. But I-1 is like almost the new I-2, and you guys are trying to, I haven't really read the ordinance yet, but I've been hearing about it for like the last week, so I'm going to zero in on that, real soon. But the problem is that all these Targets and all these cookie cutter big stores have taken all the I-2 out of the game. Big tracts are being sold. There's only a few places on King Street, and it's so expensive that nobody can afford it. I mean, I can't even afford it. I mean, an acre of I-2 is over $500,000. Even I-1 is still $400,000. But what I need is I-2, but I can't afford it because I can't find it because it's not available. So really, it's like even B3. B3 is like the next I-1. So it's like you got to take this into account. What people that are trying to run a business here, what can they afford? I mean, you can't even rent it. It's just not available. So I'm really concerned about the I-1 because I own it, and I'm real concerned about it, to be honest about it. So I'm going to check into that. And also, I got an acre of R2M that can be divided into 2 8-plex lots. Find anybody out there, veterans, Alaska Housing, anybody that want to pony up the money. We could build 16 units for as many families as you want, and I'm in. Okay? I got water to the corner of my lot. Get all the volunteers you want. That's what I need, because I want to help the low income. So if you know anybody, I'm easy to get a hold of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any Assembly comments? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Stand adjourned.